Chapter 92. Arare's hierarchy was rather strict. Coupled with the monopoly of knowledge and power, the commoners had no chance of making a comeback. They could only strive desperately to pursue an unreachable dream. In fact, Linton City was already considered a relatively civilized place. Many big merchants could obtain noble titles by donating large sums of money to the city hall. Adventurers could also accumulate merits and obtain some opportunities to change their social class. In the interior, more kingdoms strictly adhered to the bloodline theory. Only those with noble blood could become nobles, and the commoners' only chance of promotion was through military merits. Those who could climb out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood were few and far between. Most of them were tenants and farmers who were bound to the land for their entire lives. The Cantero Kingdom was actually such a country. The king would enfeoff the land to the big nobles, and the big nobles would then enfeoff the small nobles, and the small nobles would enfeoff the feudal knights. The huge country was divided into countless small pieces. It seemed chaotic, but it was extremely stable. There were almost no rebellions. At most, there would be private wars between the nobles due to conflicts, but peace would soon be restored under the mediation of the aristocratic parliament. As for the commoners, they were just like lonely mountain town in the past. They repeated the heavy manual labor day after day and could only live a precarious life. Death and hunger were always around. Most people could only live to be in their 40s. It was extremely miserable. In this regard, Linton City was much better. Although the division between the two classes was still very serious, most of the civilians had enough to eat. That was why Andre was willing to stay behind. He wasn't sure if he would get angry and do something out of line when he returned to the Cantero Kingdom and saw the peasants who didn't have enough food to eat and clothes to cover their bodies. As a transmigrator, he needed a certain amount of time to adapt to the values and morals of this world. It was very different from the 21st century Earth. At the very least, he could ensure that he could control his emotions and not get angry when he saw something unfair. After all, after being in this city for so many days, Andre did not even have the courage to walk around the slave market. He was afraid that he would see the cruel scenes described in books, such as the slaves' mouths being pried open to see their teeth, and so on. Because of the moral values he had established in his previous life, he could not accept to treat his own kind like livestock. The only thing he could do was to ignore them. After the sun had completely set, Elsa finally served dinner. First, there was a pot of delicious conch soup. The main dish was a whole roasted lamb that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Some expensive spices were sprinkled on it, and it constantly emitted a tempting aroma. In addition, there were mashed potatoes and stir-fried vegetables. It could be said that it was a combination of meat and vegetables, which was very appetizing at first glance. Andre, whose stomach was already rumbling with hunger, immediately cut off a large piece of mutton and ate it in big bites. Perhaps it was because of the large amount of activity, his appetite was particularly good today. He even ate 2 large spoonfuls of mashed potatoes, which he usually didn't like. Taiflin Eunice didn't have the slightest awareness of being a slave. She also sat at the table and quickly stuffed food into her mouth. She looked like a reincarnated hungry ghost. It didn't take her long to finish an entire lamb leg. Her appetite was terrifying. However, her stomach didn't seem to be bulging at all. It was as if she had just eaten and digested it. This sumptuous meal took a full half an hour. In the end, there was only a little mutton and conch soup left. The rest of the food was completely eaten. Seeing this, Elsa exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it seems that I have to prepare 4 times the usual amount of food in the future. Otherwise, it won't be enough." "No, there's no need for that. I just need extra nutrition today. That's why I ate so much. I'll be back to normal tomorrow. After saying that, Eunice swung her tail and jumped onto the sofa to lie down and sleep. Elsa turned her head and asked Andre in a low voice, "Really? She's not a monster, is she?" "Of course not. She's a human like us. It's just that she has the blood of a demon flowing in her body. So she's a little different. There's nothing to worry about," Andre replied while wiping his mouth with a napkin. In his opinion, Eunice's body wouldn't be able to return to normal for half a month, so instead of worrying about her being a threat, it was better to worry about the spy hidden among the nobles. After all, he had ruined the other party's plans. If he didn't take revenge, the other party would definitely not let him go. After eating, Andre went straight to take a shower, then returned to his room to rest. It didn't take long for him to fall asleep. After a good sleep, Andre opened his eyes early the next morning. Perhaps it was because he was too tired, or perhaps it was because he had lost too much blood, but he didn't dream last night. At the same time, his wounds had healed well and were basically scabbing over. His HP had also recovered to 15 points, and at this rate, he would be completely healthy in 3 days. After taking off the white cloth wrapped around his hand, he pulled open the curtains and stretched his body. Looking at the busy scene outside the window, he muttered to himself, "It's the beginning of a new day. I hope the gold coins will arrive soon." The price of a level 3 magic scroll is not cheap. Level 0 spells cost 50 gold coins, level 1 100, level 2 200, level 3 400, level 4 800. The standard price of spells in Linton City could be said to be expensive, but that was basically the case in the coastal areas of the continent. In some inconvenient inland areas, the prices could be 15 to 30% more expensive, especially for magic scrolls above level 5. Even if one had the money, it would be difficult to buy them. Hence, Andre planned to complete all the spells below level 5 here, and at the same time raise his own level as a magus above level 10. In his plan, he didn't want to return to the Canteru kingdom too early. After all, the conditions there weren't as good as the south, and magic resources were scarce. Moreover, the kingdom was founded on military might, so more emphasis was placed on the cultivation of warriors and feudal knights. The number of magi was pitifully low, and only the court magi who served the royal family were decent. Most importantly, he hadn't found a way to remove the secret imprint left by Ulysses on his forehead. It would be troublesome if someone recognized it. Andre didn't know that King Elroy and court Magus Domite were already coveting the dark red spellbook in his hands. It was rumored that Ulysses had grasped the location of a huge treasure, and the secret was hidden in the spellbook. Chapter 93. The necromancer Ulysses Domer was far from being as simple as he looked. If he wasn't too careless, it was hard to say who would win in the end. He had invented many vicious spells in his life, especially in the area of mass destruction magic. Many people still tried the magic ritual of the Bloody New Year incident in private, eager to crack the terrible suffocating effect. But it was a pity that all of this was completely covered up by the violent explosion, leaving only a spell book that couldn't be opened at all. According to Andre's speculation, it would take at least a level 10 mage to crack the complicated spell lock, so it was basically impossible for him to do it in a short time. After dressing up, he directly opened the door and saw Small Eye flying around with a large piece of raw meat in its mouth. Elsa was chasing after it while shouting, "Little baddie, give me back the beef. I'll give it to you after I fry it." "Yes, eating raw meat will give you diarrhea. Spit it out." Beverly also helped her mother to shout. But apparently, Little Eyes didn't take these words to heart. With its razor-sharp teeth, it gobbled up the bloody beef and licked its lips as if it hadn't had enough yet. Seeing this scene, Andre couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He said, "It's okay, let it eat as much as it wants." My magic pet is a branch of the beholder. It prefers fresh meat because the smell of blood and color make it more delicious. I see. No wonder it was so excited when it saw me cutting the beef and ran away with a piece in its mouth. Elsa had a look of sudden realization on her face. She quickly ran back to the kitchen to get 2 more pieces of beef. Small Eyes didn't say anything. She flew over and swallowed the beef in a few bites. Then she wobbled back to the table and burped with satisfaction. It seemed that she was full. After all, the pearl eye was very small in size, only about 2 times the size of a normal person's head, so it didn't have a big appetite. If it was a real adult beholder, it could eat 90 kilograms of meat and several liters of blood in one meal, almost equivalent to an adult strong man. However, Andre knew that as his spellcasting level got higher and higher, Small Eye, as a magic pet, would also slowly evolve. If he could get his hands on some corpses of real beholders in the future, he might be able to transform Small Eye into a nightmare for all close combat professions. Of course, it was still too early to think about this. The challenge rating of an adult eye demon was 13, which meant that they would need at least 4 level 13 professions, and one of them had to be a spellcaster, such as a priest, a mage, a druid, a bard, or a warlock. Otherwise, even an army of hundreds of people would be wiped out. Normally, professionals above level 12 were the leaders or important figures of a faction. For example, the chief knight of Linton City, Anson, was level 5 as a warrior and level 7 as a knight, which added up to level 12. However, he was able to kill 30 to 50 elite soldiers in a single battle. If it was a commoner, then the number would be dozens of times higher, which showed how powerful he was. As for spellcasters, a level 12 priest was usually the chief priest or bishop of a church. They had level 6 divine spells, and could even resurrect the dead at a heavy price. A level 12 mage also had level 6 arcane spells, and could wipe out an entire army by himself. If they were given enough time to prepare, they could turn an entire city into a purgatory through a powerful magic ritual. For an opponent that required so many powerful people to gather together to defeat, there was no doubt that the beholders were powerful. Even the tyrant dragons in the sky had to be careful in front of them. Otherwise, they would quickly become the beholder's food. After a simple wash, Elsa served a very nutritious breakfast. Everyone had a piece of fried beef, an egg, freshly baked bread, a cup of goat's milk, butter, and jam in the middle of the table. Everyone could spread the food according to their tastes. It was very thoughtful. Not bad. Your cooking is getting better and better. Andre did not hesitate to praise after tasting a small piece of beef. This was because he did not feel any bitterness on his tongue at all. It felt as if he had returned to earth. One had to know that the salt in this world either came from boiling seawater or from salt mines. There were many impurities in it, so adding it to food would more or less make the taste worse. I used pure white salt from the Salt Lake in Rhine City this time. A small jar costs 60 silver coins. If it weren't for you, a mage, I wouldn't be willing to buy such expensive condiments. After saying that, Elsa inadvertently revealed a happy smile. No hunger, no cold, no bullying, and with her daughter by her side all day, she was very satisfied with her current life. She even felt as if she had returned to the time when she was a young girl and was doted on. Of course, the young widow would never say this out loud. She was very clear about the difference in status between the two of them, so she only hoped to maintain this relationship. As for the rest, she would just let nature take its course. Hearing that a small jar of salt cost 60 silver coins, Andre was shocked. He quickly swallowed the salt in his mouth and asked, "So expensive? Aren't we near the sea? Why do we have to buy salt from other places?" He used to live in lonely mountain town, so he could still understand that the high price of salt was due to the inconvenience of transportation. However, if the price of salt by the sea was so expensive, then he could no longer remain calm. He had to get to the bottom of this. Elsa held her sharp chin and smiled charmingly as she explained, "Do you think you can get enough salt by the sea? Our city has 100,000 people living in it. In addition to the merchants, sailors, and adventurers that pass by, the salt that is boiled is not enough. Moreover, the surrounding villages and towns also consume a lot of salt, so it's not strange that we have to buy it from outside. You must have been too focused on learning magic and never noticed these trivial things in life." Obviously, she thought that Andre was one of those rich kids who came from a great noble family and did not know how expensive daily necessities were. Andre was a little unconvinced. He curled his lips and retorted, "That's because they're too stupid. Then why don't we dry?" Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered that since no one in this world had discovered the method of drying salt in seawater, he could make a lot of money by relying on this method. In particular, table salt was a daily necessity and consumable. It was completely equivalent to an inexhaustible gold mine. Chapter 94. Back on Earth, the price of salt was as high as silver in Europe. Before that, the price of salt was almost the same as that of silver. The closer one was to the inland, the higher the price. However, the situation in Olio was obviously much worse. Most of the area was still in a state similar to the Dark Middle Ages. As long as the secret of salt was kept a secret, the money for studying arcane magic would not be a problem. "What were you talking about?" Elsa asked, blinking. She could feel that he didn't finish his sentence, so she was a little curious about what he was going to say next. "No, it's nothing. I suddenly thought of a business that can make a lot of money. It's all thanks to you." Andre wiped his mouth and stood up. He held the young widow's face and kissed her fiercely on the lips. Elsa's body tensed up from the sudden attack. She didn't even notice that the fork in her hand had fallen to the ground. She only felt that her mind was blank and she couldn't exert any strength at all. It was as if she was about to melt. After a full minute, Andre ended the kiss. He then kissed her forehead and said excitedly, "You're really an angel of blessing. When we make money, I'll definitely give you a share." Hearing this, the young widow's face was instantly covered with a blush. Her eyes were a little dazed, and she looked like she was about to faint. At this moment, she felt an unprecedented happiness. If it weren't for her daughter, she would have jumped on the handsome young man in front of her and let out all the bitterness she had all these years. Unfortunately, she couldn't do that now. Thus, she secretly pinched her thigh and forced herself to calm down. Then, she took a deep breath and forced a smile. "Hee, then I'll wait for your good news." "Of course. I promise to give you a big surprise when the time comes." Andre, who was in a state of excitement, didn't notice Elsa's abnormality. He gave her a warm hug again and then waved to the little lowly and Eunice. "Let's go. We have a lot to do today. Hurry up." 10 minutes later, he was walking on the street with a tiefling, a little girl less than 10 years old, and the magical pet little eyes. They attracted a lot of attention along the way. Even the patrolling soldiers were alerted. If it weren't for the badge of the Mage Association hanging on their chests, they would have rushed up to arrest them. Of course, even if they were wearing the badge of the Mage Association, it did not dispel the suspicion of the patrolling guards. They followed them from a distance, afraid that something might go wrong. Just like that, with a dozen free bodyguards, the group successfully entered the Mage Tower. The moment they passed through the illusion, the guards who were tailing them all heaved a sigh of relief and turned around to return to their patrol area. The patrolling soldiers of Linton City had gone through a series of training before taking up their posts. They were very clear on how to deal with the mages. In short, They were told not to interfere with the mage's actions. All they needed to do was to follow behind and deal with the aftermath. In fact, there had been many cases of enraged mages attacking the patrols in this city. As a result, the guards were somewhat traumatized and were afraid that they would lose their lives if they weren't careful. After reporting his identity to the statue at the door, Andre passed through the narrow passage and arrived at the inner hall. Just as he was about to take a closer look at who was there, Gavin Lauren walked towards him. He glanced meaningfully at Eunice, and then quickly put on a smile that he thought was friendly and made a mage's bow. "Good morning, Mage Andre. I've been waiting for you here for a whole hour. I have to say, you did something that made everyone sit up and take notice of you yesterday. I checked the corpses overnight and found that the muscles of the two charred corpses were very sturdy. One of them should be a warrior around level 10, and the other around level 8. Even if I were to meet them, it wouldn't bode well for me." At this point, the eagle-nosed mage's eyes suddenly revealed a burning gaze. "And not only did you get rid of these two guys, you also used poison and a dagger to kill all the pirates on the ship. I heard from the rescued women that you even defeated a demon. What an unimaginable talent for battle. I think you should be a real battle mage. How about we be friends?" "Just friends?" Andre narrowed his eyes and asked. He was a little unsure of the other's intentions. After all, this was the second time this guy had tried to sound him out, and he didn't know what tricks he was up to. Add to that the internal conflict that had erupted before, and one couldn't help but think of a conspiracy. Of course it's not just friends. I think battle mages like us should unite and break the monopoly of power that those traditional mages have. Don't you think they're a bunch of stubborn old antiques, and that it's time to sweep them away into the trash heap of history?" Gavin Lauren used a fanatical tone to tempt him. Perhaps this method was very attractive to those young mages who liked to break the rules of the city, but it had no effect on Andre, who had lived 2 lifetimes. He shook his head without hesitation and refused. "Sorry, your proposal isn't attractive at all. In my opinion, any radical action is a sign of irresponsibility and will lead to disastrous consequences. I abide by the neutral path, neither too forward nor too conservative. Your philosophy is at odds with mine." As soon as he finished speaking, an old mage with a white beard walked in from behind and shouted, "Well said. Get lost, Gavin Lauren. Don't use your fallacious reasoning to bewitch the young. Don't get carried away just because you have a bit of strength. You're still far from becoming a true master." "Old dog, repeat what you just said." Gavin Lauren narrowed his eyes, his entire body emitting a chilling, killing intent. However, this obviously didn't scare the old mage. His beard curled up slightly as he sneered and cursed, "I told you to get lost. Is there a problem?" Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, Andre immediately pulled the little lowly and Eunice back a dozen or so meters, far away from where the battle could affect them. He was all too clear about the destructive power of powerful spells, and was afraid that something would happen to his people. Gavin Lauren's personality had always been aggressive. When he heard someone mocking him, he raised his hand and shot out a bolt of lightning without another word. This was a standard rank 3 Arcana spell, and because he didn't make any movements or chant any incantations, it could be concluded that it was the effect of a magic item. Chapter 95. "Humph, is this all you've got?" The old wizard wasn't someone to be trifled with either. After mocking him, he immediately cast a spherical barrier around himself, blocking the lightning outside. Without a doubt, he had activated some sort of magical item. Gavin Lauren pulled out a dark green staff from his waist and said with a sinister smile, "Old dog, bark as much as you can while you're still breathing. I'll send you to meet the grim Reaper very soon." "Humph, arrogant brat, you can't hurt me. with your pitiful level of magic. When your magic runs out, I'll slowly crush every bone in your body." As he spoke, the old wizard pulled out a fiery red staff in the shape of a dragon's claw from his sleeve. A large ruby was embedded at the top, and one could tell at a glance that it wasn't cheap. As the smell of gunpowder between the two grew stronger, a battle of magic was about to begin. They obviously hated each other, so if they were to fight, they wouldn't show any mercy. It would definitely end with one of them dying. At this critical moment, Chairman Boris kicked open the door and rushed out, raising his hand to cast a level 3 arcane spell, Dispel Magic. This arcane spell was one of the most practical spells. Moreover, it would become stronger as the mage's rank increased. This was especially true when used by a high-ranked mage against a low-ranked mage. It would instantly strip the opponent of all their defensive spells. A blinding white light flashed, and the old wizard's barrier disappeared in an instant. The wizard's armor that Gavin Lauren had secretly cast on his body also disappeared without a trace. The difference in level between the two of them and the chairman was quite obvious, so they had lost all their defenses. However, Chairman Boris was furious at this moment and had no intention of letting the two of them go. In a very short time, he completed an incantation and cast a spell, turning himself into a fierce man with bulging muscles. He rushed forward with the momentum of a fierce tiger, picking up the two powerful wizards like they were little chicks. He glared at them and roared loudly, "You dare ignore my warning? Do you want to die? Say something. Say something if you want to die. I'll be happy to wring your necks. Don't think that I can't bear to kill you just because you're a level 7 wizard. In Linton City, all spellcasters must abide by the rules. Otherwise, I don't mind using 1 or 2 corpses to warn everyone." The president was indeed the president. In just a few seconds, he had used his unparalleled strength to suppress the private fight. From the looks of it, the spells he had used were somewhat of a transformation type, especially the last spell that had turned himself into a powerful warrior. It was definitely a rank 6 arcane spell, or else it would not have been able to produce such a powerful effect. One had to know that his movements and muscle strength had completely surpassed the standard of a level 12 melee professional. It was as if he was a warrior who had experienced countless battles of life and death. This scene not only stunned Eunice and Beverly, but even Andre's heart was in turmoil, completely subverting the definition of a mage. He had originally thought that mages relied on various powerful spells to eliminate enemies from afar or to control their opponents through various means. But now he had a new understanding. Mages could actually be like warriors, picking up weapons to charge and break through enemy lines. They were not inferior to melee professionals of the same level. No wonder President Boris had trained his body to be so robust. It turned out that he was an out-and-out melee wizard, a true violent maniac. In just a few seconds, Gavin Lauren could not bear the large hand on his neck that was like an iron clamp. He squeezed out a sentence from his throat. I was wrong. Please spare me for the last time. Cough, cough, cough. I was wrong too. I promise there won't be a next time." The old wizard was even more unbearable. He coughed violently while loudly begging for mercy. Mages were originally a profession that relied on high intelligence, so there were basically no fools. They knew when to be arrogant and when to be patient. They often valued their own lives, so as long as there was a chance to live, they would not let it go, even if they had to do something outrageous. Remember, this is the last time. If I see people from the two factions fighting again, no matter who it is, I will make an example out of you two first. After saying this, President Boris directly threw the two of them to the door like rag dolls and roared again, "Get lost. Now get lost. Don't let me see you for 10 days. Gavin Lauren, and the unknown old wizard hurriedly got up from the ground. They did not dare to stay for a moment, and rushed out of the mage tower in a sorry state. Perhaps they were the leaders of a faction outside, but in front of the president, they were like weak little girls without the slightest ability to resist. After watching the two of them completely disappear from the illusion, President Boris directly threw out a sentence, "Follow me." Then he walked back to his room without looking back. He was obviously not in a good mood now. His two eyes were full of dissatisfaction, and his whole body was exuding an aura that did not allow strangers to come close. Just a little closer would make people feel suffocated. If possible, Andre did not want to get too close at this time, but he obviously had no choice, so he could only take a deep breath, turn around and said to the little lowly and Taflin, "Don't go anywhere, just wait for me here. Don't cause trouble. I believe you just saw how dangerous it is here. Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to act wildly in a tower full of wizards." Eunice was the first to express her attitude. As a half-demon who had been struggling at the bottom of society for a long time, she could feel the danger of the battle more than most ordinary people, especially the dazzling white lightning. If she missed even a little bit, it would immediately cause terrible consequences. Therefore, she did not intend to cause any trouble here. "Teacher, I swear I will stand here obediently and wait for you to come back." The little lowly also patted her chest to make a promise. After hearing the two's answer, Andre let out a sigh of relief and walked into the room with his magic pet. He knew that the president must have something important to say to him, so he was a little nervous. Walking into the room, Andre closed the door behind him, then took 2 steps forward and respectfully bowed. "Master, I wonder what you want me to do?" Ever since he saw how powerful the president was, he had put away his careless attitude. It was because the books mentioned that mages who chose to specialize in transmutation were usually more emotional, especially when they were in a fit of anger, they would become dangerous. Chapter 96. As a matter of fact, most mages would be influenced by their own personality when they chose their specialization. Those who chose the defense specialization were usually cold and sensitive. They had a strong sense of self-protection and would choose to strike first when they felt threatened. Those who chose the incantation specialization were usually arrogant, dominant, and possessive. They were used to giving orders and expecting everyone to follow them unconditionally. Those who chose the prophecy specialization were wise and alert. They had a strong sense of curiosity and liked to dig out other people's secrets and privacy. Those who chose the evocation specialization were reckless and liked to use the simplest, most direct, and most violent way to solve problems or to kill enemies. Those who chose the enchantment specialization were the standard two-faced people. They looked kind and humble on the surface, but they were schemers in their bones. They liked to play with other people's feelings and psychology. Those who chose the illusion specialization liked to lie and cheat, although sometimes they just wanted to play pranks for fun. Those who chose the necromancy specialization looked gloomy and depressed. They did not care about the people around them and were completely cold to the bone. It could be said that the magic specialization was closely related to a mage's personality. To some extent, it could even show a person's subconscious. Although there were 1 or 2 exceptions, most of the time, the accuracy was more than 90%. As a smart person, Andre felt that it was best to be honest at this time. So after greeting the president, he stood there with his head lowered and patiently waited for the president to speak. He did not want to be like the other 2, who refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit and be taught a lesson in the end. Boris sat on the chair and took a few deep breaths. Finally, he calmed down. He glanced at the pearl eye that was wandering around the room and forced a smile. "Is that your magic pet?" "Yes, it's called Little Eye. It's a kind of beholder that hasn't fully developed." I got it as a gift on the day I became an official mage. Andre made up a big lie, without even blinking his eyes. Ever since he knew what kind of power Devil represented in this world, he quickly came up with an excuse, which was to push all the inconvenient questions to Ulysses. After all, Ulysses was already dead and could be used as a scapegoat. To give a small beholder to his apprentice as a gift, your mentor must be very powerful. I really hope I can meet him and ask him some questions about magic research, President Boris said with a hint of envy. Andre did not know if this was a test or not, so he deliberately put on a troubled expression and sighed slightly. Sigh, my supervisor only focuses on his own research, so he never sees outsiders. And his personality is very strange. Sometimes he even uses living people for experiments. So you'd better give up on this idea. His words were half true and half false. After all, Ulysses's personality was like that, so no one could find any flaws in his words. Boris's eyes lit up when he heard that he was experimenting on living humans. He immediately asked, "May I ask, what is your mentor's specialization, and what is the direction of his research?" Necromancy specialization. His research topic is immortality. Andre, who was planning to fabricate an image of a mysterious mentor, did not hesitate to reveal some of Ulysses's secrets. Because the water in Lincoln City was too deep, he needed to make the enemies in the dark cautious. A powerful mentor, who did not even exist, could obviously play an unexpected role. Immortality. Boris was shocked and jumped up from his chair. Oh, gods, that's a forbidden field. On the Oleo continent, there were a few types of magic research that were regarded as untouchable taboos, and immortality was one of them. It was said that when the war between the gods broke out 600 years ago, countless powerful mortals joined in. They were like madmen, killing the gods and dissecting their corpses in an attempt to unravel the secret of immortality so that they could have the same power and immortality as the gods. However, it was a pity that these guys failed in the end. They were all killed by the combined forces of the angry gods. From then on, anyone who researched the secret of immortality would be viewed with hostility by the gods' churches. The good gods were still fine. At most, they would not treat them well. However, the neutral and evil gods preferred to use violent means to exterminate them. Of course, there was a prerequisite, and that was that the researcher could not be too powerful. Otherwise, all the churches would choose to ignore them. The nature of bullying the weak and fearing the strong was obvious. Boris was shocked because of this. Anyone who dared to research the topic of immortality was either a lunatic who was not afraid of death or a powerful mage with terrifying power. In his eyes, a person who could train a 14-year-old formal mage naturally could not be a lunatic. The result was obvious. Andre noticed the constantly changing expression on the president's face. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, and a faint smile flashed across his face. He bowed slightly and said, "Yes, my teacher is researching immortality. He is trying to create a potion that combines the 3 elements of regeneration, cold, and death. When people drink it, they can get rid of their dependence on the body and continue to live in another form." Hiss. Boris sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he did not personally participate in necromancy spells or concocting potions, he had read a lot of related books, so he knew what these 3 elements represented. In ancient times, when the magic civilization was at its most prosperous, powerful mages invented a way to transform themselves into undead, enjoying endless life and powerful spellcasting abilities. The undead creatures transformed by this method were called liches, but they had been lost a long time ago. The necromancy faction specialized in and had the ability to research the method of transforming liches. Combining these 2 points, Boris quickly imagined the image of a white-haired, extremely cold mage. At the same time, the way he looked at Andre changed. After all, the temptation of immortality was too great for mortals, especially for selfish mages. Almost every one of them wanted to live forever and continue to study the mysteries of magic. After a short silence for a few minutes, he shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Well, it seems that your teacher is already at the forefront of the path of magic. I hope his research can be successful. But I have to remind you, don't talk about this topic with others, or you will be targeted immediately. You have to know that the temptation of immortality is too great, and it is hard to guarantee that no one will take the risk." Chapter 97. Don't worry, I know what's important and won't say anything. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, Andre secretly let out a sigh of relief. He could finally rest easy for a few days. After the chairman knew about this, he would quickly warn the other members of the association to stop harassing him. Similarly, the hidden traitor would have to carefully consider the consequences before taking revenge. It's good that you understand. Here are 5,000 gold coins. Congratulations on completing this month's mission. Remember, no matter what they say, don't get involved in the conflicts between the factions. It won't do you any good. I heard that you obtained a manor. I personally recommend that you stay there for a while and come back next month. After saying this, Chairman Boris placed a bag of gold coins on the table. Andre, who was already so poor that he could barely afford to eat, hurriedly picked up the heavy bag and nodded with a smile. "Thank you very much for your reminder. After I'm done with the matters in the city, I'll go to the manor and stay there for half a month." He didn't count the amount of gold coins because the Mage Association couldn't be stingy in this aspect. Otherwise, according to the selfish nature of most mages, once they found out that they had been cheated, the whole association wouldn't be far from collapsing. Go do your thing. I still have some official business to take care of. After saying this, Chairman Boris waved his hand and sat down to review the thick pile of parchment on the table. Andre silently bowed and quietly walked out of the room. He closed the door behind him and gestured to the little Loli and Eunice who were sitting on the chairs to calm down. After that, he went straight to the basement. He was in urgent need of new spells and materials, especially for level 3 arcane spells. Until now, he still had none. Arriving at the entrance of the warehouse, he directly ordered the apprentice guarding the door, "Give me scrolls for the level 3 arcane spells Stinking Cloud, Wind Creation, Fireball, Haste, Lightning, Flight, and Magic Dispel. Also, scrolls for the level 2 arcane spells Mirror, Glittering Dust, Bull Strength, Featherweight, and Arrow Protection. Also, scrolls for the level 1 arcane spells Metamorphosis, Shield, Counter Enemy, and Charm Human." The young apprentice was dumbfounded by the huge purchase of the scrolls. However, he quickly regained his composure and did some calculations in his head. "Mr. Mage, you have to pay 4,200 gold coins. Give me the magic scroll first. Here are 5,000 gold coins. Take your time counting." After saying so, Andre tossed the leather pouch onto the table. In fact, he had seen the list of magic scrolls the last time he was here, so he knew what spells were in the warehouse. He had also sorted them out, so he could directly report the types of spells. As for the price, he had calculated it in advance. After buying the scrolls, he would have exactly 800 gold coins left. When he went back later, he would pay off the treatment fees he owed to the temple. When the poor apprentice saw the pouch full of gold coins, he immediately revealed a bitter smile. He quickly ran into the warehouse and took out a dozen magic scrolls, then began the painful task of counting the gold coins. It had to be known that a leather pouch was not a chest. The gold coins that were neatly arranged could be easily counted. In this world where there were no accurate weighing instruments, there was no other way except to count them one by one. Of course, If the apprentice in front of him had memorized the level 0 arcane spell magic trick, he could have imitated a small trick like a spiritual force counter. He could have directly scanned all the gold coins in the pouch and obtained the answer in an instant. Unfortunately, he didn't think of this. He silently squatted there and meticulously counted the coins. By the time the apprentice finished his work, Andre had finished all the level 1 and 2 magic scrolls. He directly took the remaining 800 gold coins and walked out of the Mage Association's tower with the little Lowly and Tavelin, completely ignoring the apprentice's resentful gaze. When they were about 50 meters away from the temple of the Goddess of Dawn, Eunice suddenly stopped for some reason. She had a strange expression on her face. Then she lowered her voice and said, "You guys go in, I'll just stand here and wait. The knights guarding the door won't allow anyone with demon blood to get close. Not to mention, I've done many cruel things. When I get close to the door, a strong evil aura will appear on my body. In that case, I'll have the familiar accompany you here," Andre said, as he gave Little Eye an order. Mages had a close connection with their familiars. As long as the distance between them was less than 1.5 kilometers, they could sense each other's location at any time. That was why he had Little Eye keep an eye on Tavelin. On one hand, it was to prevent any disturbances, and on the other hand, it was to prevent Tavelin from escaping. Eunice gently swung her tail and stood in place without saying a word. She didn't show any emotion, nor did she do anything. She just stared at the statue of the former Goddess of Dawn, Lucia. Andre could feel that she was hiding some secret in her heart, but considering that it was personal, he didn't ask too much. He held the little Lowly's hand and walked into the magnificent temple. As usual, there was an endless stream of people who came to pray and donate every day, from nobles and merchants to commoners and beggars. As long as they didn't have any dirt on them and their clothes were enough to cover them, they could enter and leave the temple freely. It didn't matter if they didn't have a single copper coin on them, and their clothes were full of patches. It had to be said that the ideas promoted by this goddess were really good, although it was a little too naive and idealistic. For most people, whether it was healthy exercise, keeping one's body clean, a positive and optimistic spirit, or the pursuit of light and kindness, all of them were very useful without exception. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that it was popular. Of course, in Andre's eyes, there was another big bright spot in the temple, and that was the young and beautiful priests. Many of the nobles obviously didn't come for faith. The only thing they wanted to do was to attract the attention of the beautiful women, then have a meal together, chat, and do some healthy exercise in their own houses after dark. At this moment, he really wanted to know how the goddess felt about the men blatantly hunting in her sanctum. Would she want to punish these blasphemers with lightning? Mage Andre, why are you free today? Did you get hurt again, or are you planning to return the gold coins you owe? When they were about 50 meters away from the temple of the Goddess of Dawn, Eunice suddenly stopped for some reason. A strange expression appeared on her face. Then she lowered her voice and said, "You guys go in. I'll just stand here and wait. The knights guarding the door won't allow anyone with demon blood to get close. Besides, I've done a lot of cruel things. As soon as I get close to the door, a strong evil light will appear on my body. In that case, I'll let my familiar accompany you here," Andre said as he gave Little Eye an order. Mages had a close connection with their familiars. As long as the distance between them was less than 1.5 kilometers, they could sense each other's location at any time. Therefore, he let Little Eye keep an eye on Taffrin. On one hand, it was to prevent a riot, and on the other hand, it was to prevent Taffrin from escaping. Eunice gently swung her tail and stood there silently. She didn't show any emotion, nor did she do anything. She just kept staring at the statue of the former Goddess of Dawn, Lucia. Andre could feel that she was hiding some secret in her heart, but considering that it was personal, he didn't ask much. He took the little lowly's hand and walked into the magnificent temple. As usual, there was an endless stream of people who came to pray and donate every day, from nobles and merchants to commoners and beggars, as long as there was no dirt on their body and their clothes were enough to cover their body, they could enter and leave the temple freely. It didn't matter if they didn't have a single copper coin on them, and their clothes were full of patches. It had to be said that the ideology promoted by this goddess was really good, although it was a little too naive and idealistic. For most people, whether it was healthy exercise, maintaining a clean body, a positive and optimistic spirit, the pursuit of light and kindness, and so on, without exception, were all very useful. Therefore, it was not surprising that it was widely welcomed. Of course, in Andre's eyes, there was another big bright spot in the temple, and that was the young and beautiful priests. Many nobles obviously didn't come for faith. The only thing they wanted to do was to attract the attention of the beautiful women, then have a meal together, chat, and do some exercise in their own houses after dark. At this moment, he really wanted to know how the goddess felt about the men blatantly hunting in her sanctum. Would she want to punish these blasphemers with lightning? Mage Andre, why are you free today? Did you get hurt again, or are you planning to return the gold coins you owe? As a pleasant voice sounded behind him, a mature woman in her early 30s walked out from the corner. She was none other than the priest who had healed Andre twice. Chapter 98. I'm here to return the treatment fee. Here's 800 gold coins. Where even now, Andre handed over the leather pouch and turned to leave. He was in a hurry to return to his residence to learn those powerful rank 3 arcana spells, so he didn't want to waste a single minute. But before he could take 2 steps, the female priest immediately shouted, "Please wait. I have something to discuss with you." Although Andre didn't want to waste any time with this beautiful woman who had taken advantage of him, he considered that he might have to come here again in the future for treatment. So he could only patiently turn around and pretend to be a gentleman as he smiled and asked, "Please speak. What is it? Try to keep it short. I'm in a hurry." The female priest could hear the perfunctory tone in his voice and immediately rolled her eyes flirtatiously. "All right, then I'll keep it short. A while ago, we hired adventurers to explore a ruin deep in the forest near the border. They found that the situation inside seemed a little strange, so we want to go take a look. We just happen to need a mage to help us search. What benefits can I get?" Andre didn't have any intention of wasting time and directly asked for benefits. In his eyes, the church had made so much money from him, and he could finally recoup some of it. More importantly, completing the mission would give him a large amount of experience points. If the mission is successfully completed, all the treatment you receive from the church will be half price. At the same time, you can buy some healing potions and blessings. Apart from that, everything related to arcana spells in this exploration will belong to you. The female priest didn't hesitate and immediately rejected the conditions of the church. Obviously, she was very clear about the personalities of mages. Apart from a few idealists, most of them were completely selfish. They wouldn't easily accept a job without enough benefits. Half-price treatment? Andre rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before nodding. "No problem, but I have a few additional conditions. First, I want detailed information about the underground city. Second, your treatment during the exploration must be free. Third, I need to have enough say in the team. If a life-threatening battle occurs, I can choose to withdraw." As a person who had lived for 2 lifetimes, he had long since engraved the word caution firmly into his bones. He would never play around with his own life. Unless he was forced to the edge of a cliff, he would definitely take the initiative to stay away from danger. The priestess did not show any anger or disgust when she heard such harsh conditions. Instead, she nodded happily and said, "No problem. We hired you to solve the magic puzzles and traps that might appear in the dungeon. The temple will send enough combat power to you. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Crystal, and I'm the person in charge of this operation. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Crystal. Andre shook her hand gently. As the saying goes, you don't know if you don't grasp it, but once you do, you'll be shocked. This beautiful woman's hands were not as tender and smooth as he had imagined. Instead, they were full of calluses, and her grip strength was frighteningly strong. It was almost the same as Serena's, who was a feudal knight. Are you surprised? Crystal's lips curled up slightly as she asked with a smug smile. Andre sighed helplessly and said, could you please let go of my hand? It's already numb. If you continue, it might break. He did not expect a priestess to have such great strength. From the bulging muscles hidden under her sleeves, she was definitely not much weaker than a warrior. It's just a joke. Don't mind it. You have to know that we are not as delicate as you think. Not only do we have to pray and study the scriptures every day, we also have to wear armor and train our skills so that we can be of use when needed. Don't look at how easy it is now. When the monsters attacked a few years ago, every priestess killed at least 15 enemies. Also, I admire your cautiousness. A mage like you is the most reliable when exploring the dungeon. Then Crystal let go of her hand and winked mischievously. Staring at his slightly reddened right hand, Andre did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had always thought that priestesses were like this, wearing beautiful robes and staying in the temple to spread the teachings of the church to the believers, heal the sick, and pray twice a day to receive divine spells. But who would have thought that the priestesses on Oliel were not like that at all? They were not much different from warriors. Not only could they wear armor and pick up weapons to fight, but they could also boost morale on the battlefield and bless their teammates with divine spells and blessings. They were basically omnipotent supermen. All right, perhaps in this magical world, the priestesses are the real super warriors, and the warriors are just cannon fodder. Andre secretly complained in his heart. He moved his numb right hand and asked, "When is the departure time?" Crystal shrugged and replied, "The initial estimate is the middle of next month. I still have a lot of preparation work to do. After all, it's an underground city from 1,500 years ago. Also, according to the density of negative energy detected, we might encounter undead creatures. So, I have to prepare a large amount of holy water that contains divine power. If that's the case, please inform me 2 days before your departure. Also, send me detailed information about the dungeon. These are my current addresses. If I'm not in the dungeon, I'm definitely in a manor outside the dungeon." Andre casually cast a level 0 arcane spell, magic trick, and used his finger to write a string of words in the common language in the air. As his level increased, he became more familiar with low-level arcane spells. The time to memorize and learn them also decreased. It was not as strenuous as before. "I'll remember. Don't worry. I promise to send the relevant information to you a week before departure." Crystal understood the importance of preparation work, so she agreed without hesitation. She did not want to cause injuries or deaths during the exploration because of a small mistake. After all, exploring an ancient underground city was not an easy activity. Along the way, not only did they have to face all kinds of traps, there were also large amounts of undead and monsters. If they were unlucky enough, they might even encounter terrifying creatures like dragons and liches. Fortunately, the tomb they were exploring was not very old, so the chances of them appearing were relatively low. Even so, they could not let their guard down. Otherwise, a small mistake could put the whole team in danger. Chapter 99. Fortunately, the tomb they were exploring this time was not very old, so the probability of them appearing was quite low. But even so, They could not let their guard down. Otherwise, a small mistake could put the whole team in danger. I'll take my leave first. See you next month. After getting a positive answer, Andre waved his hand with a smile and walked out of the temple with his own apprentice. He had clearly seen the message in his retina. You have accepted the mission. Help the temple of the goddess of dawn explore the ancient ruins. Difficulty, medium. Mission reward, 3,500 EXP. Because the difficulty of the mission is moderate, after completing the mission, you will be randomly rewarded with a low-level magic item. Note, this mission hides a huge secret. Please pay attention to collecting information. Although the EXP had decreased by more than half, Andre still felt quite satisfied. This time, the temple would take care of everything, so the risk was quite low. Plus, the reward of a magic item was quite good. Moreover, he could discover a huge secret which might be related to the treasure or the secret chamber. Therefore, he was quite looking forward to this adventure. Teacher, are you planning to explore outside the city? Before walking out of the temple gate, the little lowly asked cutely, blinking her eyes. Looking at her cute appearance, Andre could not help but gently touch the girl's long blonde hair. He smiled and nodded. Yes, didn't you hear it just now? In the middle of next month, I will follow the priests and warriors of the goddess of Dawn Lucia to explore the underground city in the border forest. At that time, I will be out for a week or two. You have to be good at home and persist in meditation every day. You must not be lazy, understand? Beverly's two little eyes rolled around, and no one knew what she was thinking. After a few seconds, she bit her lips and continued to ask, "Can you bring me along? I have lived for so long, but I have not seen the world outside the city walls." "Bring you along?" Andre looked at the girl's eyes that were full of desire, and his heart was slightly touched, but he immediately dismissed the idea. "No, exploring the underground city is not a joke. You have not mastered a level 0 arcane spell, and you can't even use magic scrolls. You must not leave the protection of the city. The outside world is very dangerous, especially for a little guy like you. So you're saying that as long as I can become a true apprentice and grasp the power of the arcane arts, I'll be able to venture outside the city walls." The little lowly clearly didn't give up. Instead, she found a loophole in his words and continued to press on. It seemed that she really wanted to see what it was like outside the city walls. Andre didn't have the heart to refuse his apprentice's wish, so he sighed helplessly. "Sigh? All right, as long as you can become an official apprentice, I'll take you to the forest for a walk." He knew very well that it might be dangerous to do so, but it was much better than killing a child's curious nature. After all, for a mage, curiosity and thirst for knowledge were two very important attributes. The former determined the breadth of magic they could learn, while the latter represented how much potential they had in the future. In fact, the power of the arcane arts was a type of experience that was summed up through observation, research, analysis, understanding, learning, and application. It was equivalent to the natural science of this magical world. It wasn't like the divine spells of the priests, which were bestowed by the gods, or like the druids, which were naturally reciprocated. Instead, it came from the omnipresent magical energy. The users of the arcane arts stored a portion of it in their own bodies, and when they needed it, they could resonate with their incantations and complex gestures, allowing their own magic to induce the surrounding magical energy to form a spell before finally releasing it. It could be said that all the spells and magic rituals of today couldn't be separated from this category, and the spells that the mages of today used were also the results of the ancient mages' research and exploration. Ever since the end of the War of the Gods 600 years ago, the level of magic in the whole of Olyre had plummeted. It was very rare to hear of someone being able to invent new spells, and a large amount of knowledge had caused even the improvement of some magic rituals to become incomparably difficult. However, Andre knew that Ulysses had once invented a few vicious rituals and magic, and it was precisely because he had a brain that was filled with a strong thirst for knowledge and a strong curiosity that he dared to try. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to abandon his humanity and go on a killing spree. As a soul from Earth, how could Andre not know the importance of these two attributes to a scientist? To a certain extent, mages were the researchers of this world. Therefore, he had to let the little lowly grow up healthily and preserve this strong curiosity of hers. After receiving a positive answer, Beverly was so happy that she jumped up and shouted excitedly, "Hooray! I finally have the chance to see what it's like outside Linton City. Hee, if you just want to see the outside world, you can leave tomorrow or the day after. It just so happens that I'm going to take over a manor. How about it? Do you want to come along?" As he spoke, Andre pinched the little girl's little nose. "Really?" The little lowly's face was instantly filled with ecstasy. As a little girl who had always stayed in the city since birth, she dreamt of going out to see it even in her dreams, and was even willing to pay any price for it. "Of course, if we're lucky, we can leave in the afternoon." Andre also wanted to see with his own eyes what the manner of this world's nobles looked like, what the main crops and livestock were, and what the level of productivity was like. Because he had always lived in the isolated, lonely mountain town, he urgently needed to have a comprehensive understanding of the entire continent so that he could have a plan in mind. After all, ever since he came to Linton City, he had often heard rumors of war. The entire South seemed to be at war every few days, from the sea to the land. The scale ranged from a few ships with 80 to 100 ships with tens of thousands of people. Some were because of conflicts of interest, some were because of trivial matters, and some were because of jealousy. It could be said that it was extremely chaotic. Based on the current situation, it was only a matter of time before they were involved in a war. It was impossible to avoid it because both the members of the Sorcerers' Association and the newly ennobled nobles had to fulfill the obligation to participate in the war. Moreover, a baron had to undertake 30 military service, which meant that once a war broke out, at least 30 soldiers would have to participate in the war. One had to know that these soldiers did not refer to farmers who picked up weapons, but to veterans who could really fight in battle. Their individual strength was equivalent to that of a healthy civilian and a first-rank warrior. Some of them had experienced many battles and could even become professionals. Chapter 100. Andre could only hope that his manor was large enough to produce enough goods. Otherwise, just recruiting and feeding 30 soldiers would be a headache. This was because the salary of a regular soldier was 5 silver coins a day. Furthermore, they had to provide weapons, armor, and a piece of land that could support their families. If they were veterans with professions, then the salary would be doubled or tripled. Thus, if they hired a small team of elite veterans, then they would have to spend 450 gold coins a month. That was enough to buy a level 3 magic scroll. In fact, the power of a level 3 spell was far greater than that of dozens of soldiers. A single fireball spell could produce the effect of a heavy artillery bombardment on Earth. Within a radius of 10 meters, all people and creatures would be engulfed by the horrifying explosion and flames. Even feudal knights with strong physiques would be seriously injured or disabled if they were not killed by the fireball. The destructive power of spellcasters was far greater than that of close combat professionals. It was because of this that mages had a very high status in most countries and cities. On one hand, there were very few of them, and they couldn't be trained quickly. On the other hand, the mysterious arcane spells could do many unimaginable things, and were often used by those in power to strengthen their rule and defeat their enemies. In addition to the above, mages were often much smarter than most people. They could help with planning and strategizing, and could become very important advisors and advisors. In Linton City, almost all nobles with enough money would hire a mage to serve their family. It wasn't just a symbol of status and power, but also an insurance to ensure the safety of the family members and their businesses. Whether it was the age of cold weapons or the age of firearms, the army was always a monster that ate gold. It wasn't something that could be played with just a little money, and it wasn't something that could be done with just a bunch of farmers and a bunch of weapons. In the history of Earth, it was no joke for a regular army of hundreds or even thousands to defeat tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of peasant rebels. It was a true difference in strength between the two sides. Many times, the so-called advantage in numbers was just a joke and would be crushed in an instant in the face of absolute quality. The Council of Linton City clearly understood this principle and so strictly regulated the quality of military service. It was impossible to find a few farmers to replace them. Just as Andre was considering where to find 30 veterans, he suddenly saw Eunice and Small Eyes in front of him facing off against a group of fully armed guards. A girl wearing a tight white corset and a white translucent gauze skirt seemed to be asking something, and that beautiful figure looked a little familiar. He didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly stepped forward to ask loudly, "What's going on? Can someone explain it to me?" Just as he finished speaking, the girl suddenly turned around and flew over to give him a passionate kiss. She said excitedly, "Oh, heavens, my hero, you finally appeared. When I saw the ugly meatball and the woman with the long tail, I knew you must be around here. They're so terrible to not tell me where you were. Chloe, why is it you?" Andre hurriedly hugged her slender waist and pulled this infatuated and naturally airhead noble girl off him. He gently placed her on the ground and at the same time looked her up and down. It had to be said that after dressing up, the young miss of the Mariel family looked completely different. Every move of hers had clearly gone through strict training. She appeared very elegant and polite, especially the small part of her white and tender chest that was exposed in the front. It was really hard for people to control themselves. Coupled with the translucent crystal shoes on her feet, she fully displayed the youthful vitality that only a young girl could have. Of course, there was also the wealth of the Mariel family, because just the pearl-studded corset she was wearing was worth at least 5,000 gold coins, and the shiny crystal shoes were worth more than 7,000 gold coins. It could be said that as long as someone could snatch this noble girl away, they wouldn't have to worry about making a living for the rest of their lives. As long as they weren't too prodigal, they could eat, drink, and play without any worries until they died. Why can't it be me? Don't you welcome me to come find you? Chloe stroked her long black hair that had been messed up by the wind, her two large dark green eyes flashing. The two plump peaks in front of her chest were pressed too tightly against each other and were starting to deform a little. Because the two of them were so close, Andre could even smell the fragrance on her body and instantly had a physiological reaction. He hurriedly took 2 steps back with a wry smile and explained, "No, that's not what I meant. I mean, why are you here with my magical pet and servant? Did something unpleasant happen?" As a youth entering puberty, he really couldn't stand her passion, especially now that he had been abstinent for so long. Even the slightest bit of intimacy with the opposite sex would produce a strong impulse, not to mention kissing and hugging. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would do the girl in front of him. Chloe pursed her lips and pointed at Eunice as she complained, "That woman is too evil. In order to find you, I've been running through half of Linton City since this morning, but she didn't tell me where you were. Find me? What's the matter?" Andre didn't want to continue on this topic with the girl and decisively changed the topic. His experience in his previous life had taught him that one should never try to reason with women, because when you tried to reason with them, they would talk about their feelings for you, And when you talked about their feelings, they would talk reason with you. Without a doubt, this was an endless cycle. All smart men knew that diverting a woman's attention at this time was the best choice. Otherwise, you would quickly understand how terrifying a woman's trump card was: crying, throwing a tantrum, and threatening to hang herself. Oh, see, I forgot. Come with me. Today is a good day. We have to hurry to the slave market, or it'll be too late. Having said that, Chloe immediately grabbed Andre's hand and dragged him directly into the carriage. The little lowly followed closely behind, and Eunice and Small Eyes were invited to another carriage. Then, this group of more than 20 people set off in the direction of Linton City's slave market. All the pedestrians along the way avoided them, afraid of being hit by the galloping carriage. In Oriar, the nobles had many privileges. One of them was that they didn't have to pay with their lives if they accidentally killed a commoner. They only had to pay with some gold coins, so most commoners would quickly avoid the nobles when they saw them, or stand on both sides of the road and take off their hats in salute to prevent misfortune from falling on their heads. Chapter 101. When the carriage started to move, Andre adjusted his robe and smiled helplessly. He asked the noble girl sitting opposite him, "Chloe, what did you say about going to the slave market?" The last place he wanted to go was the slave market. He was afraid of seeing the miserable situation inside. This was not because he was soft-hearted, but because of the moral values he had learned in his previous life. It was just like how most modern people would sympathize with a homeless child when they saw a terminally ill child, and would be willing to help if they could. Of course, it's to repay you for saving my life. My aunt said that you have just been conferred the title of Baron because of your outstanding achievements, so you must not have recruited any private soldiers. So she asked me to help you choose 30 strong slaves. Today is the auction of high-quality slaves that only happens once every 2 months. If you make a mistake, you can only wait for the next auction. Chloe replied with a matter-of-fact look on her face. Obviously, in her eyes, buying slaves was just like buying a piece of furniture or jewelry. There was no psychological burden at all, and she did not consider the complicated issues of human nature. Well, in fact, Andre also knew that ordinary people in Oriar could not have the so-called freedom and equality. The serfs and tenants in the inland kingdoms were basically bound to the land and belonged to the private property of the nobles. Once they escaped, they would be executed immediately. There was not much difference between them and slaves. The only advantage was that they were protected by the nobles while paying high taxes. If monsters, beasts, or robbers attacked, the local nobles would mobilize their private soldiers to encircle and suppress them. When they encountered disasters, they would also receive a certain degree of relief. This was because in this world, population was a relatively important resource. After all, the roads were generally vast, but sparsely populated. The monsters and beasts in the wild were dozens or even hundreds of times more than humans. Therefore, with a sufficient population, more land could be cultivated and more food could be harvested. As for the real slaves, they were definitely more miserable than the serfs and tenants. Their fate was completely in the hands of their masters. Those who lived a good life could wear gold and silver, and their lives were not worse than those of the nobles. Those who did not live a good life could not even be compared to the animals. When the animals were used up, they had to be fed and rest, but they could only be exhausted to death. Especially in the mines near Lincoln City, it was said that the number of slaves who died every year was as high as thousands, and the number would double or triple in the event of a collapse. This showed how bad their living situation was. There were many reasons for this, one of which was the frequent wars. Many traditional feudal kingdoms still had the habit of plundering enemy villages and towns. Once they conquered a village or town, they would destroy everything without a second thought. Then, They would turn the population into slaves and sell them to the merchants following the army in exchange for large amounts of gold coins. If the local ruler or king was willing to pay the ransom, then it would be fine. If not, then these people would be sold to other places. Therefore, there would always be a large number of ordinary slaves circulating in the market. Once they were sold out, the merchants would immediately send another batch. Compared to ordinary people, craftsmen, scholars, and elite soldiers were much more expensive. Sometimes people with professions would even be put up for sale in the slave market. Once they appeared, there would be a rush to buy them. Therefore, an auction would only be held once every few months. One had to know that these people often had a certain amount of wealth, enough to pay the ransom for themselves. Even if they could not afford it themselves, the forces they relied on would often pay for them. They were very professional, especially elite soldiers. Every noble would want to keep as many as they could. As long as it did not exceed their own limits, they would keep as many as they could to deal with all kinds of dangers. However, Andrei was a mage himself. He was not at all interested in these things that were regarded as treasures in the eyes of most nobles. As long as he learned a level 3 spell, he could use his terrifying arcane spells to turn 50 or so soldiers into minced meat at any time. If it wasn't for the Noble Act that stipulated that a baron had to provide at least 30 soldiers, he would not even have wanted to hire a single one. Sitting in the bumpy carriage, Chloe was a little bored. She turned her gaze to the silent little girl and asked curiously, "Little girl, can you tell me your name?" "My name is Beverly. I'm master's apprentice." The little girl answered timidly. She did not know why, but she seemed to be a little shy. "Apprentice?" Chloe was a little surprised. "Oh, my goodness, you're not a mage apprentice, are you?" Andrei saw that the little girl seemed to be a little afraid of nobles. He comforted her by stroking her hair and took the initiative to take over the topic. He smiled and nodded. "That's right. She's an apprentice that I've chosen. She's very talented. I believe that it won't be long before she can master the true power of arcane spells." "What a lucky girl. Quickly see if I have the talent to become a mage. I also want to be your apprentice." After saying that, Chloe hurriedly took off her white lace gloves and the lady's hat on her head, revealing her hands and face. Her naive and expectant look immediately made Andrei laugh. He immediately waved his hand and explained, "I think you might have misunderstood something. The most important qualification to become a mage is intelligence. In other words, your brain's ability to learn, remember, and think logically. You don't need to read palms or face. These are all tricks that entertainers come up with to make money." After hearing these words, Chloe's face fell instantly. She pouted and complained in a low voice. "Damn it! Didn't those bards say that if you're not a real mage, you can tell if you're a real mage by looking carefully at the patterns on your hands and eyes?" "Ha ha ha ha! Those stories you've heard are all artistic embellishments and exaggerations. Real adventures in the wild are usually very difficult. Most of the time, you can't make a fire. You have to eat hard rations for several days in a row. You have to sleep in bushes full of stones and mosquitoes. If you're unlucky, you might even be attacked by monsters and beasts. If you're not careful, you might even lose your life. Think about it. If the bards told the stories so realistically, would anyone still listen to them?" Andrei laughed as he explained the scary side of adventure to this noble girl who grew up in a greenhouse. He could see that although she had some common problems of nobles, such as thinking too highly of herself and lacking common sense, she was very kind in nature. She didn't put on the airs of a noble lady, nor did she put on a high and mighty attitude. Other than being a little infatuated and a natural airhead, she was pretty good. Chapter 102. Of course, as a man with normal physiology, Andrei actually enjoyed having a young and beautiful girl of noble birth constantly fawning over him. Sometimes they could even do some more intimate actions, although in his opinion, there was no future between them. As a transmigrator and a mage, Andre was destined to embark on a lonely path of pursuing truth and power in this life. Perhaps he would live like a lover with one or more women for a period of time, but in the end, he would definitely abandon everything and go on the road again. He longed to find out the reason why he came to this world, to unravel the secret of the tattoo on his hand, and to possess the legendary power to destroy the world. All of these required not only tireless research and exploration, but also deep into the world to search for lost ruins and underground cities. For a mage who focused on arcane power, love and family were too far away. Moreover, he had not decided whether to completely integrate into this world, so he did not want to leave too many attachments. Chloe did not know what Andre was thinking at the moment. She held her chin with her hand and sighed with curiosity. I see. No wonder Auntie always said not to listen to the stories told by the bards. She always said that they exaggerate things more than 10 times. Countess Anastasia is right. Although the bard stories are mostly based on real people, they add a lot of fictitious plots in order to make it more interesting. After all, they are just for the entertainment of the public, so it's fine as long as you don't take it seriously. When Andre was in Lonely Mountain Town, he had seen a few similar books from Merchant Rotter. At first, he was very fascinated by them and felt that this world was simply too exciting. It was many times better than the fantasy movies on Earth. However, as he read more and more books, he realized that such novels were the same. Furthermore, they were completely different from the professional books. He immediately understood that novels were novels after all. They were similar to the biographies of the big shots on Earth. They were just shamelessly flattering the main characters. This was especially so for the stories of the founding kings. They were extremely melodramatic. Not only were they poignant love stories, but they were also affectionate and righteous characters. They were exactly the same as the melodramatic dramas of the Korean nation, which claimed to be the largest country in the universe on Earth. Anyone with half a brain would know that anyone who could become the supreme ruler of a country must be proficient in political skills and tactics. It could be said that all of them were ambitious and ruthless. How could such a person be affectionate and righteous? How could he be willing to die for a woman? In their eyes, supreme power was the most important. As for other things, they could all stand aside. With power and land in hand, would they be afraid of women? Would they be afraid that no one would be willing to be loyal to them? Perhaps there were really very few idealists in the world who could maintain a noble character and not be afraid of any power or authority, but most people still preferred to pursue power, money, land, and social status. Therefore, they inevitably had to give up some things, such as conscience and integrity. Obviously, from Chloe's performance so far, there was no doubt that she had taken the exaggerated stories as real people and had developed a strong hero complex. Perhaps this was the reason why she was naturally a little silly and infatuated. She made people feel that she was a little cute, but also a little sad. Fortunately, she was born in a big, noble family and had always been carefully protected. Otherwise, she would have long been deceived and sold off somewhere. Andre felt that he had to let this kind and innocent, noble girl know the dangers of the world. Along the way, he told her many darker stories and some common deceit. She was shocked again and again as she listened. In the end, she was completely captivated. Unknowingly, half an hour passed just like that. It was only when they arrived at their destination that she slowly came back to her senses. How scary! No wonder Father and Aunt never let me go out alone. There are so many bad people in the world. They should all be arrested and thrown into prison. Chloe said fiercely as she waved her fist. However, with her current dress and beautiful face, She did not have any deterrence at all. On the contrary, she looked pure and cute, which could easily arouse the evil desires hidden in the hearts of men. Glancing at the young lady's angry look, Andre chuckled and shook his head. These people won't be caught so easily. As soon as they realize that the situation is not good, they will immediately escape and continue their scam in another place a little further away. Therefore, I suggest that you listen to your father and aunt and stay under the protection of the guards. Otherwise, a young and beautiful noble girl, like you, will definitely be the first target. Chloe stuck out her tongue mischievously and refuted. That is not necessarily true. When I was young, my tutor praised me for being much smarter than other children of the same age. I feel that I can see through the little tricks of those swindlers. Ha! Perhaps. But swindlers not only use lies to deceive, they also use violence. I don't think you have the ability to protect yourself. Andre shrugged with a smile and pushed open the door to get off. He had no intention of debating with this noble girl that high IQ did not equate to high EQ. There were many examples of mages holding themselves up in their own fields all day doing research, not interacting with the outside world for years, decades, or even their entire lives. Moreover, Chloe had obviously stayed at home for too long. Otherwise, she would not be immersed in the exaggerated stories of the bards. As soon as he jumped off the carriage, Andre instantly felt the prosperous slave market of Linton City. There were at least 20 carriages with noble family emblems in the vicinity. The rest were mostly merchants, with a small portion of the wealthy middle class. Everyone was gathered in a small square with a simple wooden platform in the middle. It looked like they were waiting for the auction to begin. Glancing at the slaves locked up in cages at the back, he let out a sigh of relief. Although the people inside were not good, they were not too bad either. At the very least, the linen robes they wore were enough to cover their bodies, and there were not many signs of abuse on their bodies. Only their spirits were a little dispirited. Chloe stepped on the hands of the servant and crawled out of the carriage. She hurriedly looked towards the small square and patted her chest with a look of relief. Phew, I'm not late at all. Follow me, we'll go to the front row. Saying that, she left the servants and guards behind and pulled Andre's hand forward. Along the way, she kept responding to the people who stood up to greet her. Soon, they found an empty seat in the front row. Chapter 103. It was just enough for two people to sit side by side. As for the pitiful Beverly, she could only sit on her mentor's lap, looking around with her big eyes, curious about everything. She obviously couldn't understand the cruel nature of the slave trade, so she was just joining in the fun. Coincidentally, not long after the three of them sat down, a middle-aged man in formal attire appeared on the stage. He first bowed to everyone present, then cleared his throat and shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen, I believe you all know that I'm a straightforward person, so I now announce the commencement of Linton City's bi-monthly premium slave auction. Asterisk clap, 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 clap. Asterisk sparse applause sounded from below the stage. Be it nobles or merchants, men or women, they were all very reserved and didn't show any enthusiasm. While everyone was applauding, Andre lowered his voice and asked, "It's starting." I thought he would give a speech to stir up the mood. Also, these buyers don't seem to be very enthusiastic. Their reactions are so cold. With the culture of a slave trader, it's already not bad to be able to finish what he just said. Also, don't be fooled by the people around you. You'll find out when the bidding starts, as long as they see something they like, they won't care about the price. Sometimes, the price of a slave can even be comparable to a small ship. Before Chloe could finish her words, the scene suddenly quieted down. She quickly shut her mouth and put on the appearance of a noble lady. The man standing in the middle of the stage had a fawning smile on his face. He opened his arms and continued, "For today's special day, Our Trika merchant group has carefully prepared 800 healthy slaves. There are barbarians from the far north, as well as black people from the tropical islands in the south. From the defeated nobles to the ordinary slaves who can work in the fields, it can be said that we have everything. All right, let's cut to the chase. First, let me introduce the first batch of goods, the elite warriors from the distant grassland kingdom of Brant. They are known as the Cavalry of the Wind. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of chained, shirtless men were brought up. All of them had black hair and black eyes. They had long beards and hair. Their chests and arms were tattooed with various patterns of wild beasts. Each of them had bulging muscles and looked very valiant. Andre noticed that most of these people were a little bow-legged. He didn't need to ask to know that it was because they had spent too much time on horseback and their riding posture wasn't very scientific. Obviously, the first batch of slaves were real cavalry, and they were definitely not heavy cavalry, but archers similar to the nomads. Just when he was secretly estimating the value of these elite cavalrymen, the auctioneer slapped the slaves' bodies hard, and then rudely opened their mouths, and then shouted to the audience, "Look, what a strong physique! What firm muscles! Look at these teeth! There was no wear at all. We only have 50 on hand. It will be auctioned off in 10 batches, 5 in a batch. The starting price is 2,000 gold coins. According to the old rules, everyone can start bidding now." Absolute silence. None of the buyers present showed any interest, and there wasn't even anyone who bid. On one hand, they felt that the price of 400 gold coins per person was a little expensive, and on the other hand, they felt that these people weren't of much use. As Linton City was a coastal city, it was more inclined towards infantry and sailors. The grassland warriors of the Brant Kingdom were not qualified to be infantry, and they didn't even have the ability to swim. Even if they stayed on the sea for a long time, they would suffer from severe seasickness. Furthermore, feeding them required a large number of war horses, which was not worth it at all. One had to know that feeding war horses meant that a terrifying amount of food was consumed. After all, war horses weren't horses that pulled carriages. They had to be fed fine fodder and undergo strict training every day. Even many nobles couldn't afford such consumption. After all, even in the warm and humid Linton City, the price of food was still very expensive. The commoners could only afford to eat black bread that was mixed with a large amount of skin, germ, starch, and a small amount of endosperm. The wheat flour didn't even reach half of that. From this, one could see how precious food was. After living in lonely mountain town for a few years, Andre already had a clear understanding of the backward agriculture in this world. It was completely equivalent to the dark Middle Ages of Europe on Earth. However, because the land in lonely mountain town was too barren and the climate was too cold, it wasn't suitable to grow any crops. Therefore, he didn't even have the mood to improve his farming tools and only focused on hunting. After all, eating more meat was much better than eating the black bread that was comparable to bricks. Originally, he thought that the South was relatively more open and the level of agriculture should be very high. However, looking at the faces of the nobles and merchants, it wasn't much better. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so stingy with the money to feed the horses. Seeing that the atmosphere of the auction was becoming more and more awkward, the middle-aged man standing on the high platform anxiously stomped his feet. He also knew that the warriors of the Brant Kingdom couldn't be sold for a good price in Linton City, but he had no choice. Who told the higher-ups of the merchant guild to go crazy and test the waters. While the buyers were discussing, Chloe turned her head and asked quietly, "How is it? Are you interested in these fellows? I believe that if no one bids after a while, there will be a 50% discount. At that time, you can get all of them for 10,000 gold coins. As long as you have enough grass near your manor, it won't be a problem to feed 50 war horses. Andre knew that this should be the thank you gift that Countess Anastasia mentioned yesterday. However, he didn't have time to look at his own manor, so he could only take out the deed and pass it to the girl beside him. This is my deed. It says that including Tue's Valley and all the surrounding mountains, all of it belongs to my manor. There's also a small castle. Tue's Valley? Chloe's eyes lit up when she saw the deed, and a playful expression appeared on her face. Wow, I didn't think that the Dukes would finally give this land to you. The area there is quite large. Not only does it have large tracts of farmland, but it also has boundless grasslands. The only problem is that the number of farmers is a little low, only about 200 households, so the output isn't much. I suggest that you buy these warriors. Not only are they excellent horsemen and hunters, but they are also quite good at herding. They definitely won't lose money. Chapter 104. You even know how to build a fief. Andre looked at the noble girl beside him in surprise. He didn't expect that someone with such a love-struck and naturally silly personality would be able to talk about this matter so clearly and logically. It was simply too surprising. Chloe smiled proudly and explained, "Of course. I finished the fief-building course when I was 12, and I didn't miss a single detail, whether it was farming, manors, or town planning. My tutor even praised me for being a genius in the field of internal affairs in the future." The girl's proud expression made Andre smile, and he pretended to be serious as he nodded. "All right, I've always listened to the advice of professionals. You said you'd buy it, so I'll buy it. Once we're done, we'll immediately head to the manor outside the city. I can't wait to see what a fief looks like." Andre was quite excited at the thought of owning a large piece of land of his own. After all, in the 21st century, land was ridiculously expensive, especially in some of the major cities of the Celestial Empire. Ordinary people could only afford to buy a toilet in their entire lives, but he now owned a huge manor. According to the law of Linton City, this manor would become a hereditary fief. No matter what he wanted to do, how much taxes he collected, or what laws he issued, no one was allowed to interfere. It could also be passed down to his son, daughter, or even any designated heir. As long as he could provide 30 soldiers in time of war, it would never be taken back. In fact, according to Andre's research, the various city-states of the Green Sea Alliance had a very interesting system. On one hand, the power of capitalism was rapidly rising, and many merchants could buy a title as soon as they reached a certain level of wealth. On the other hand, the traditional nobles still maintained the feudal system, but they changed their fiefs into manors and used a more rational method to produce sufficient food. Of course, since they were city-states, the city hall took back the right of the nobles to execute commoners. At the same time, they also stipulated that the death penalty must be brought to the city court for a new trial. Otherwise, the nobles would be fined more than 500 gold coins for the unnatural death of a commoner in their manor. It was because of this law that more and more nobles with manors were inclined to use slaves. Although the initial investment was slightly higher, the food grown by the slaves all belonged to the manor owner. Furthermore, there was no need to pay wages or follow the law because Linton City had yet to enact any laws to protect slaves. It was said that more than 80% of the land outside the city that belonged to the nobles were using slaves. The total number was almost 1/3 of the population, and it was still increasing. Even the merchants and the wealthy middle class in the city were aware of this and were buying slaves to work for them. However, it was a pity that cavalry wasn't welcomed here. After all, they weren't powerful feudal knights who could fight against dozens of people. Once they lost their horses, their fighting strength would instantly drop. Therefore, no one cared about them at all. 5 minutes had passed, and the middle-aged man standing on the stage was sweating profusely. Finally, he couldn't bear the huge pressure and announced loudly, "All right, it seems that the ladies and gentlemen are not satisfied with this price. I have decided to follow the old rules and sell the slaves for half price. Now, 50 slaves only cost 10,000 gold coins. I promise. They are definitely qualified warriors and archers." Chloe, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately raised her white-laced glove and shouted, "I bid 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins. This young lady has already bid 10,000 gold coins. I wonder if anyone will bid higher." Seeing that someone had finally bid, the middle-aged man seemed to have seen his savior and hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs. At the same time, he looked at the buyer with eager eyes, hoping for a second person to bid. Although many people below the stage were tempted, they all gave up on the idea after seeing the noble emblem on Chloe's carriage. While House Marius wasn't considered a top noble in Linton City, their influence wasn't small at all. Their family's influence was spread across the various cities of the Green Sea Alliance, and their combined strength was absolutely terrifying. Therefore, most people didn't want to be unhappy over such a small matter. After shouting 3 times in a row, the middle-aged man found that no one else was bidding. He could only gloomily announce that the sale of 50 warriors of the Brant Kingdom had been sold at a low price of 10,000 gold coins. He swore to himself that he wouldn't enter the plains again, even if he was beaten to death. After deducting the cost of transportation, food, and taxes, he wouldn't be able to earn a few copper coins. It was basically a waste of effort. One had to know that the slave trade was one of the most profitable businesses in the world. The return rate could almost reach 1,000%. But now, as a slave merchant, he felt a deep sense of humiliation. He swore to himself that he would definitely report this failure to the chairman and have that self-important idiot scram as soon as possible. In the next hour or so, a few scholars, craftsmen, soldiers, and even a few high-ranked warriors were auctioned off. The buyers below the stage weren't as silent as before. They all began to bid against each other, especially the warriors. The lowest was sold for 800 gold coins, while the highest was sold for more than 3,000 gold coins. The nobles and merchants of Linton City were always sparing no expense when it came to truly high-quality slaves. Chloe took the opportunity to buy a scholar, 2 blacksmiths, a carpenter, and a tanner, spending another 2,000 gold coins. According to her, a manor should have at least 1 manager, so a scholar who was literate and knew how to calculate. The 2 blacksmiths were in charge of crafting farming tools, armor, and weapons. The carpenter could make furniture, wooden shelves, and the like. The tanner could process animal hides and make them into leather armor, boots, backpacks, tents, and other goods. In short, a manor was equivalent to a special independent economic system. It was best to prepare a little bit of everything and let it run on its own. All one had to do was to check the accounts every once in a while. Andre had never come into contact with a real manor before. The manors on Earth had lost their original purpose in his previous life, becoming a place for leisure and vacations. So, he listened to whatever the other parties said. There was no harm in preparing more things anyway. Chapter 105. The slave auction lasted for quite a long time. It started at 10:30 in the morning and ended at noon. In the end, Chloe handed over a piece of parchment with 12,000 gold coins written on it. She stamped her seal on it and brought out the 55 slaves. She pointed at the burly men behind her and said with a smile, "These people are now yours. You don't need any documents to keep slaves in Linton City. The brand on their necks is the best proof. If you were in Naples City, you would have to go to the city hall to do some paperwork. Using 10,000 gold coins as a thank you gift, isn't it a little too expensive?" Andre asked in a half-joking tone. He noticed that the topless slave soldiers were expressionless, as if they had already accepted their fate. Even if their shackles were all unlocked, they didn't have any intention of resisting. They just followed behind the girl half dead, doing whatever she told them to do. It was as if they had suffered a certain degree of mental damage. In comparison, the scholar, carpenter, blacksmith, and tanner were all normal, just a little uneasy. They weren't sure if their master was a benevolent person or a devil who liked to torture people. As a direct member of the Mariel family, Chloe didn't care about 10,000 gold coins at all. She shrugged nonchalantly and said, "On the contrary, not only do I not feel that it's expensive, but it's also a little light. Let's not dwell on this. Let's go, take me to your manor." Now, Andre looked at the sun above his head, and then glanced at the little lowly whose stomach was already rumbling. "I think we should eat lunch first. It's not a good idea to run out of the city with an empty stomach. Oh, damn it. I'm suddenly feeling hungry after hearing what you said." Chloe's stomach was very disappointing as it growled along. Seeing the girl's natural dullness acting up again, Andre didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "It seems that we have reached an agreement to solve the problem of your stomach first. Elsa is almost done with lunch. I'll treat you this afternoon. Then what are we waiting for? I'm so hungry that I can eat an entire cow." After saying that, Chloe impatiently gave a few orders to the guards, then pulled Andre onto the carriage and headed straight for the slums. Sitting in the carriage, Andre smiled and asked the girls sitting opposite him, "What did you say to the guards just now? They don't look too happy." Chloe spread her hands and replied, "It's nothing. I just asked them to take the slaves to eat something and then wait at the city gate. These guys are unhappy because they don't want me to leave the city." "Don't want you to leave the city? Why?" The security around Lincoln City was pretty good. A few patrol teams were always patrolling within a 10-kilometer radius. Very few bandits and monsters dared to approach this area. Otherwise, they would immediately be surrounded by an army. Andre really couldn't understand why the guard had such an expression as if his father had died. The 8-meter-tall, strong warrior almost cried out, Because, forget it. It's better if I don't tell you. Otherwise, you'll definitely laugh at me." Chloe said, because 3 times in a row, at the end, a faint blush appeared on her face, and she acted shamelessly. It was obvious that this matter was very awkward. It might even be her dark history. However, the more the girl didn't say, the more curious Andre was. In order to get more information from her, he pretended to be serious and promised, "Don't worry, tell me. I swear I won't laugh at you. After all, even the gods will forgive young people when they make mistakes." "Really?" Chloe blinked and asked. "Of course." Andre nodded without hesitation. After hesitating for a while, Chloe finally mustered her courage and said in a voice that was just a little louder than a mosquito, "When I was 13, I tried to go on an adventure outside the city under the protection of 5 guards. Coincidentally, I met a young goblin one day. I carried my sword and chased after it, but what was the result?" Seeing that the girl was stuttering and trying to cover it up, Andre hurriedly urged her in a low voice. He could imagine that the process and ending of this story would be very happy. As the entertainment programs on Oriar were quite backward, he hadn't encountered anything that could make him laugh for many years. Therefore, he was very eager for her to make him happy. "In the end, I accidentally rolled down the hill and sprained my ankle. Then my weapon was taken away by the goblin. Not only did it take away everything that I had, it even laughed at me and called me a fool. By the time the guards caught up with it, it had already run away." When Chloe said the last word, her whole face was red as if it had been boiled. She obviously knew how embarrassing this matter was. After all, goblins were almost equivalent to the lowest, level monsters in the wild. Young goblins were even worse. Normally, a 12-year-old child would be able to beat them up, regardless of whether it was a boy or a girl. There was no doubt that this noble girl's motor skills were definitely the type that would trip over her own feet while walking on the road. Andre resisted the urge to laugh and pretended to be serious as he nodded. "All right, I understand. Your guards must be worried that something like this will happen again. You must know that even though the goblin took away some things, it's already very merciful that it didn't kill you with a weapon." He didn't know what was in Chloe's head, but she actually nodded as well. "Yes, I think so, too." In an instant, Andre could no longer control his emotions and burst out laughing. Soon, the carriage was filled with his laughter and the young girl's shameful and angry pouting. As they chatted and laughed along the way, the carriage quickly arrived at 60 White Dew Street. Before the carriage came to a stop, Andre saw through the window that a truck with wooden boxes was parked in front of them. Although it didn't look very big, the wheels were pressed into the ground. It looked like the things inside were very heavy. A man in full body armor was saying something to Elsa. He was none other than Knight Azit. Without asking, it was obvious that this guy was here to deliver money. The boxes on the truck were probably filled with gold coins. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a small group of soldiers escorting it. The young widow obviously didn't dare to accept such a large sum of money so easily. Therefore, she was at a loss as to what to do. She kept emphasizing that she couldn't make the decision. No matter how the other party explained, there were only 4 words that she couldn't make the decision. Chapter 106. Knight Hut had a helpless expression on his face. Originally, he was eager to send the money over to calculate the accounts, deduct the taxes, and calculate the commission that belonged to him. Then, he would take his soldiers out for a big lunch. Who would have thought that something like this would happen on the way? He also knew that it was completely reasonable for this beautiful lady to refuse to accept the money. After all, if it were anyone else, they would be baffled if someone suddenly sent over a pile of gold coins. God knows if there was some hidden conspiracy behind it. So it was inevitable for them to be cautious. Seeing this situation, Andre didn't care too much. He directly pushed open the door and jumped out of the carriage. With a smile on his face, he walked up to greet Knight Hut. "Knight Hut, you're really early. I thought you would only appear in the afternoon." "Oh God, Mr. Mage, you're finally here. Otherwise, I thought I would have wasted my trip." Hut excitedly ran over and waved the list in his hand. "All the goods have been auctioned off early in the morning. Among them, the silverware was the most expensive. It was sold for a total of 13,200 gold coins. The textiles were slightly cheaper at 7,000 gold coins. All of them reached 90% of the market price. After deducting the 20% transaction tax, there are still 16,000 gold coins left, including my commission of 4%. That's 640 gold coins. You still have 15,360 gold coins left. In addition to the 19,720 gold coins left after yesterday's tax, there are a total of 35,080 gold coins in the carriage. Other than my commission in the leather pouch, the rest of the goods belong to you. Here are the detailed accounts. Please take a look. If there's no problem, please sign below." As he spoke, he handed over a few pieces of parchment paper and a quill. Perhaps it was because he was about to receive more than 600 gold coins as commission. He seemed to be particularly excited. Andre took a quick glance and directly signed his name at the bottom right of the last piece of parchment paper. He directly handed it back to Hut. This was a property transfer document. After signing it, all the spoils of this mission would be considered finished. As for the ships that were still docked at the port, they would belong to him. In order to encourage merchants and ship owners to actively fight against pirates, Lincoln City had issued many laws. One of them was that if a pirate ship was captured, then whether it was the pirate or the ship, it would belong to him. As long as he didn't sell it, he didn't have to pay taxes. After seeing the clearly visible signature, Hutt finally let out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Quickly open the boxes. Let Mr. Mage count the amount." "No need. I don't have time to count tens of thousands of gold coins. Besides, sometimes spells are the best choice." As he spoke, Andre immediately raised his hand and made a standard casting motion. At the same time, he spat out some incomprehensible syllables. A white smoke instantly drilled into the box and circled it twice. Finally, a string of numbers appeared in the air. It was exactly 35080. He was using the rank 0 arcane spell, Magic Trick. Although this spell wasn't very useful against enemies, it was very useful in daily life. It could even create some simple but very useful magical effects. For example, it could levitate 0.5 kilogram of things, dirty or clean something, paint it with gorgeous colors, play music out of thin air, make withered flowers bloom again, create a breeze, reflavor unpalatable food, and so on. It could even make some simple little things. Although they were very fragile and could not be used as tools from a certain perspective, the range of applications was too wide. The premise was that you had to have enough imagination. Just now, Andre had created a cloud of smoke and connected it to his nerves. When the smoke passed through the gold coins, his brain could quickly work like a counting machine. In the blink of an eye, he had counted all the items in the boxes. It was obviously the first time that Hutt had seen such an interesting spell. His eyes revealed a trace of excitement, and he exclaimed loudly, "This is amazing! I believe that the people in the city hall will be jealous to death when they see this. Their tax officers are complaining about counting money every day. They're about to collapse, especially those baskets of copper coins. It's just torture." Andre laughed and said in a half-joking tone, "I think that the reason why the people in charge of counting money are complaining is because there's too much money that doesn't belong to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be complaining about being tired." That's right. I didn't feel tired at all when I was counting the gold coins in the leather bags. I can do it again at any time. The sound of these little things hitting each other is the most beautiful music in the world. I feel like I can listen to it for the rest of my life. As he spoke, Hutt grabbed the leather bag on the carriage and shook it vigorously. The gold coins inside immediately made a clattering sound. As Lincoln City was extremely prosperous, most of the people here were money worshippers. For them, money didn't just mean a better quality of life. It was also equivalent to social status and power. For example, the 4 strongest dukes in the city all had their own large merchant guilds. There were dozens of large ships alone, and their annual profits were close to 1 million gold coins. Their terrifying financial resources were almost equal to the annual tax revenue of many traditional feudal families in the inland. It was precisely because the ruling class of the Green Sea Alliance was so rich that they could rely on their loose alliance to suppress most of the surrounding countries and monopolize the lucrative maritime trade. Even the pirate king of the Sardinia Islands was firmly suppressed and couldn't make a comeback. Almost every challenge he launched ended in failure. When he thought of the huge amount of money needed to learn magic, Andre immediately made up his mind to stay in Lincoln City for a long time. He knew very well that if he returned to the Canteru kingdom, which mainly cultivated feudal knights, he would never be able to obtain such good conditions. Moreover, as a traditional agricultural country, the Canteru kingdom's trade was not prosperous. The ruler of the North County, Baron Iverson's annual income was less than 150,000 gold coins. There were only 25 counties in the entire kingdom, and each covered an area of about 2,000 square kilometers. Among them, the North County was the largest because, according to the law, including the Black Forest and the frozen wastelands, it was theoretically under the jurisdiction of the North County. However, the animals and orcs living there obviously didn't think so. Chapter 107. As a man with a mature mind, Andre felt that it was best not to try anything before he was fully prepared. Otherwise, he would most likely die on the way. He had heard too many horror stories about the wild in Linton City. There were stories of gigantic ogres, giants, and shape-shifting monsters that could transform into your closest companions. If you were unlucky enough, you could even see a giant dragon flying out of the mountains or forests. More than 90% of the Oleal continent was still in the era of savagery. There were all kinds of strange creatures, and it was said that there were still giant reptiles from ancient times on a big island in the south. It was very likely that they were the dinosaurs that had gone extinct on Earth 70 million years ago. Andre didn't want to see if his magic could defeat these prehistoric beasts. If he were to fight them head-on, the winter wolves and snow bears alone would be enough to cause him a lot of trouble. Hence, what he needed to do now was to calm down and accumulate his strength. Once he was strong enough, he would slowly find his way home. After Night Hut completed the handover, he quickly led his soldiers and disappeared at the end of the street. Seeing how happy everyone was, it was obvious that they were going to find a tavern to celebrate. As for the carriage and the horse that pulled it, they were all given away as gifts. Even the chest filled with gold coins was left where it was. Are you daydreaming? Chloe, who had just come down from the carriage, blinked and asked curiously, "Nothing, just a little bit of feeling. Let's go. Aren't you hungry?" Andre said as he stepped forward and gave Elsa a hug. "I hope you have enough food for lunch. I brought a guest back." The young widow noticed the noble girl behind them and nodded nervously. "Don't worry. I made more food today. I'm sure it'll be enough to fill everyone's stomachs. Also, what about the gold coins in the carriage? This is the slum. If we leave them outside, thieves will steal them all. Don't worry about that. I'll let Little Eye stand guard outside. Normal thieves won't be able to steal from under its nose," Andre said as he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Little Eye, which had just flown out of the carriage, immediately understood and flew to the top of the carriage to guard it. With the help of one main eye and 4 stalk eyes, it could monitor 360 degrees without any blind spots. "Wow, what's this fragrance?" Chloe, whose stomach was already rumbling with hunger, let out a cry of surprise the moment she entered the room. She was obviously starving. If it wasn't for the long-term influence of noble etiquette, perhaps even saliva would have dripped out of her mouth. Today's lunch consists of geoduck seafood soup, pan-fried foie gras, fried fish, stir-fried beef with onions, caviar, stir-fried vegetables, and fresh bread. I hope you like it, Elsa said with a smile. Perhaps it was because she saw the girl's unpretentious naivety. She was not as nervous as she was at the beginning. The atmosphere suddenly became harmonious, and even the little lowly was as reserved as she was outside when she returned home. Her 2 eyes stared straight at her mother, as if to say, "Why isn't dinner ready yet?" In fact, today's dishes were basically the same as what many nobles ate, especially the caviar, which was absolutely expensive. Just the ingredients for this meal alone cost at least 3 to 5 gold coins. If it wasn't for Andre's repeated requests, Elsa wouldn't have been willing to spend so much money on food. This young widow was still distressed over the amount of money spent on this meal, because she felt that spending more than half a month's worth of food for some so-called delicious food was an act of extreme prodigality. However, Andre's thoughts were completely different. He had enough of the terrible food of this world's lower class. he would rather spend a little more to satisfy his appetite. After all, eating was one of the greatest pleasures in a person's life. Even sex, which intoxicated countless people, was ranked behind it. If one couldn't even satisfy this aspect, then what was the point of living, especially if one's financial ability allowed it? As an old foodie in his previous life, Andre now felt that it was time to pick up the sense of taste that he had abandoned for many years. Otherwise, he was afraid that in another 2 years his tongue would be completely ruined, and he would never be able to spell out what was delicious and what was difficult to swallow. Chloe was quite satisfied with the dishes at noon. She sat directly at the dining table and said with a face full of anticipation, "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and eat. I can't wait to try your cooking. I believe it must be delicious. Please wait a moment." Elsa lifted her skirt and went into the kitchen. It didn't take long for all the dishes to be placed on the table. The overflowing aroma instantly conquered everyone's sense of smell. Even Eunice, who had always been indifferent, couldn't help but take a sniff. Chloe, who had never been polite, picked up the spoon and took a sip of the seafood soup. She immediately praised loudly, "Excellent! It's 10 times better than the chef at home. I can guarantee that no one in the entire Naples city can cook better than you." After receiving the praise, Elsa's face immediately showed a trace of a smile. She then quickly waved her hand modestly. "No, you're overpraising me. It's my first time cooking such high-quality ingredients. It's already good enough that it's barely edible. Mom, I also think that today's lunch is delicious." Beverly's mouth was stuffed with caviar, and she said with a face full of enjoyment, for her, who was born in a poor family, this was probably the best meal she had ever eaten since she was born. She was so happy that her eyes narrowed into slits. The food in her mouth had to be chewed repeatedly for half a minute before she was willing to swallow it. The little Loli's appearance made Andre feel a little touched. He gently touched the girl's hair. "Eat more if it's delicious. As long as you work hard, I promise that you'll be able to eat it often in the future." "Really?" Beverly's eyes instantly lit up, and she showed a surprised expression. Andre nodded without hesitation. "Of course it's true. When the day you become an official apprentice, I'll prepare an unprecedented feast for you. It'll definitely be 10 times better than today's." According to the system's notification, the faster this little Loli grew, the greater the benefits she would bring to him. A mere meal was nothing. Even if he spent thousands of gold coins on a luxurious banquet, he would still be able to earn more than a loss. "Hooray! Teacher, I'll definitely become an apprentice as soon as possible." The girl excitedly waved her little fist. As soon as her voice fell, a few messages popped up in Andre's vision. "Apprentice intimacy with you has increased by 10 points. Current intimacy is 70. He didn't expect that a mere meal and a promise would buy this little girl over. Chapter 108. No wonder so many strange uncles liked to use lollipops to kidnap little Lolas. They were too easy to fool. As long as there was good food and fun, it was almost effortless. Andre felt that at this rate, he would be able to raise his intimacy level to 100 in less than 2 months. When that time came, Beverly would definitely listen to him. When she became a real mage, she would definitely be a very useful assistant. Lunchtime passed amidst chatter and laughter. Everyone ate happily. Chloe claimed that she had eaten twice as much as usual. She leaned against the back of the chair and quietly loosened the strap of her shapewear when no one was paying attention. After resting for half an hour, Andre felt that it was about time. If they did not leave now, they would not be able to reach the manor before dark. Thus, he stood up and suggested, "Ladies, should we set off? According to the markings on the map, it will take at least 3 hours to reach Tue's Valley from Lincoln City. I don't want to travel after dark." That's too dangerous. Tue's Valley? Why are we going there? Elsa asked, puzzled. She did not know that Andre had become a baron and obtained a manor as a fief, so her eyes were full of doubts. However, this could not be blamed on the young widow, because the conferment of a noble was a very serious matter. It usually needed to be held on a special day, such as the last day of every month or some festival. 2 of the 4 dukes would preside over the ceremony in the city hall and finally announce this matter to the whole city. But now that the dukes were busy looking for the traitor, they probably did not have the energy to do this. In their eyes, as long as the traitor hidden among the nobles was not caught, it was equivalent to leaving behind a huge hidden danger. If things went wrong, the whole city might be dragged down alive. Don't think that this is a joke. One had to know that Lincoln City was very dependent on maritime trade. The sea routes were equivalent to blood vessels, and a large number of merchant ships were almost like blood. If this traitor handed over the time of the merchant ships to the pirate king of the Sardinia Islands, then with the pirates' ability to come and go like the wind, they could even completely cut off maritime trade in a short period of time. The losses were simply unimaginable. Although the traitor hadn't done such a crazy thing yet, it didn't mean that he wouldn't do it in the future. So, before the dukes found the traitor, they wouldn't have the energy to do anything else. Andre shrugged helplessly and explained, I completed a mission from the Association of Mages yesterday. Since it was a rather important mission, the city hall gave me a noble title and a manor. I plan to take a look at it and make some adjustments while I'm at it. Baron, Elsa couldn't hide her surprise. Good heavens! Why didn't you mention this yesterday? No wonder that man sent me several boxes of gold coins. Although the barons of Linton City were far inferior to the barons of the inland feudal kingdoms, and their rights were mostly reflected in their social status. Their territories were generally not that big, but they were still nobles and could enjoy many convenient privileges, so she didn't know how to deal with such a situation. So what? It's just a noble title. Many official mages in the Association of Mages have noble titles. On the contrary, the chances of nobles becoming mages are pitifully low. Andre shrugged nonchalantly. To be honest, a mere baron couldn't enjoy as many benefits as a member of the Association of Mages. The former didn't have any judicial immunity or tax exemption. The only useful thing was that they could join the ruling class. However, Elsa obviously didn't think so. Her expression was a little complicated. After a while, she stuttered. Then you guys go. I'll stay and look after the house. There's no need for that. Everyone will go together. Also, stay in the manor for 2 days and breathe in the fresh air of the suburbs. After saying that, Andre grabbed Elsa with one hand and Chloe with the other and walked straight to the door. According to President Boris's hint, something might happen in the city in the next few days. Therefore, he didn't want to leave the young widow alone at home. What if something happened? Wait. Let go first. I have to close the windows and lock the door. Elsa shouted with a slightly red face. It was obvious that she was embarrassed to be dragged out by a man like this. She quickly found an excuse for herself. In a way, she was more introverted than a young girl. In comparison, Chloe was more natural and unrestrained. She even took the initiative to hold Elsa's arm with a slightly mischievous smile on her face. Andre nodded slightly and loosened his grip. All right, I'll give you 5 minutes. Don't try to delay the time. We won't leave until you come out. Don't worry. I'll close the windows and doors and change my clothes. After saying that, Elsa turned around and climbed up the stairs and went into her room. The others walked out of the door and jumped onto the carriage. As for the carriage with the gold coins, Eunice drove it. Perhaps because she had experienced too much pain as a child, she knew quite a lot of things. Driving a carriage was just one of the many survival skills she had. After waiting for a few minutes, Elsa quickly changed her clothes and walked out of the house. She carefully locked the door and got onto the carriage with Andre's help. After that, everyone headed towards the city gate. When they passed by the city hall, Andre handed over his noble family emblem. It was exactly the same as the tattoo on his hand. After meeting up with the guards and slaves waiting near the city gate, the team of nearly 100 people marched north along the continent. 50 soldiers from the kingdom of Brant consciously spread out to protect the wagons filled with gold coins. They had obviously been tamed by the slave merchants and were loyal to their masters. In Andre's eyes, this was undoubtedly a destruction of human nature. However, he also knew that even if freedom was given to all the slaves now, they wouldn't be able to survive on their own. This was because the slaves in Lincoln City were lifelong. Unless they made enough contributions and were granted the status of a free person by both the master and the city hall, they could only be slaves for the rest of their lives. Andre simply couldn't fight against the strong tradition and system. He could only give them a relatively better life within the limits of his ability. After all, no matter how strong a person was, he couldn't fight against the entire class. That was purely suicidal. Chapter 109. On the way to Tours Valley, Chloe talked nonstop about the knowledge she had learned, giving him one method after another to manage and increase the output of a manor. She was clearly in high spirits today. Not only did she talk about the history of the Green Sea Alliance's transition from a traditional feudal system to a manor system, but she also talked about many interesting anecdotes about the various countries in the South. A manor, as the name implied, was a very primitive economic unit. At the same time, it was also a typical self-sufficient agricultural type. The economic relationship was mainly between the farmer providing the labor and the manor owner providing the land. Generally speaking, there were two forms of cooperation. One was that all the output would belong to the owner, and the farmer and his family would be supported by the manor owner. No matter how the harvest was, they would be able to get enough food and necessities to survive. The other was similar to a rental system, where the manor owner would set a distribution ratio. Usually, at least half of the harvest would be turned over, with some even as high as 80%. The rest would belong to the farmers. In this form of cooperation, the manor owner had the duty to protect the farmers from beasts, monsters, and bandits, while the rest was taken care of by the farmers themselves. Whether it was cloth, experiments, farming tools, or livestock, the farmers had to pay for everything. Even the use of the mill had to be paid a few copper coins. Generally speaking, a manor was equivalent to a closed system, capable of producing food, clothing, tools, and other necessities. There was farmland, the manor owner's mansion, the farmer's residence, woodland, a large pond or small lake, grassland, and so on. Not only did the manor have to grow food, but it also had to rear livestock, poultry, grapes, flax, and other cash crops. Of course, the manor owner didn't just collect money. He had to fulfill some obligations while enjoying the benefits, such as distributing land reasonably, providing protection, and enforcing justice. At the same time, he had to maintain the production facilities such as the mill, brewing equipment, oven, and blacksmith. However, Andre wasn't very interested in the secret method to increase the output of food. He discovered that Lincoln City was similar to Lonely Mountain Town in terms of agricultural standards. They basically relied on their hands and hoes, and didn't even have a basic irrigation system. The harvest was completely dependent on the weather. If it wasn't for the abundant sunlight and rain in the south, they would have gone hungry. In addition, the lack of farming tools was also an important reason, especially since the simple plow had not yet been invented in this world. Therefore, the amount of land that a farmer could cultivate was extremely limited. It was also because of this that the entire Orire was always in a state of semi-starvation, and the supply of food never met the demand. Don't underestimate this. The plow played a very important role in the history of agriculture in the region. Its main function was to turn over the soil, loosen the soil, and promote the aerobic respiration of plant roots, thus helping to absorb mineral elements. Its role was irreplaceable. As a transmigrator, André had seen some primitive animal-powered, heavy plows in the countryside. Therefore, he felt that as long as the farming tools were slightly reformed and the farmers were taught basic knowledge, such as plowing, fertilization, and rotation of tillage, he believed that the food production would definitely increase by several times. When that time came, they could raise more livestock and poultry to form a complete ecosystem. Just as he was thinking about how to plan and modify it, a guard on a horse ran over and shouted, "Miss, we're here." Not far ahead was Tue's Valley. "Look, that building is the castle blocking the entrance." Following the direction pointed out by the guard, the group quickly saw a 4-story stone castle a few hundred meters away. It stood in the middle of a huge, ring-shaped mountain, like a lock that firmly protected everything inside the valley. In order to ensure that no enemy could easily enter, a tall wall was built between the castle and the mountain. It was at least 12 meters high and looked exceptionally majestic and magnificent. "Oh my God! This is simply a military fortress. How could the city hall be willing to give it to me?" If it was said that the title deed that remained on paper before made André excited, now it was only left with excitement and deep doubts. He simply could not believe that such a strategic location would be so easily given to someone else. To put it bluntly, as long as there were 1,000 people here, even if the enemy had 100,000 troops, they would not be able to easily break in. Chloe smiled and shrugged her shoulders as she explained, "Hee. Actually, it's the opposite of what you think. The City Hall of Lincoln City has long wanted to give this place away. Haven't you noticed? This place is too close to the border forest, and it's equivalent to an outpost against the harassment and invasion of monsters. If anything happens, Lincoln City will immediately send reinforcements, sometimes more than 3 times a month. The officials and nobles have long been annoyed to death. Now that this place belongs to you, it means that you have the responsibility to ensure the safety of this place. It can be said that they've thrown this burden to you." After listening to the girl's analysis, André instantly revealed an expression of enlightenment. "So that's how it is. No wonder I always felt that this matter was a little strange. Even if those pirates are a big problem, the rewards are too generous. There's a bounty, a noble title, and even land. In fact, a few years ago, the dukes had discussed giving this place to a noble, but most people saw through their plans. They would rather choose a small manor near the city than bear such a huge burden. You have to know that raising a private army is a very expensive matter, and there are often casualties in battles with monsters, so no one is willing to take over." Chloe revealed the truth of the matter in an extremely sarcastic tone. She had always had a rather strong hero complex, and thus felt that the nobles of Lincoln City were cowards who didn't even dare to take on the slightest responsibility. An outpost against foreign enemies? André shook his head with a smile as he muttered to himself. He found that he really had an affinity with this place. The lonely mountain town that he'd lived in for 4 years was an outpost against the large-scale invasion of the orcs. Now that he'd finally obtained a piece of land, it turned out to be an outpost against the monsters in the forest. However, the only good thing was that the border forest wasn't as dangerous as the dark forest or the frozen wastelands. Most of the monsters that entered the human world were pests like goblins and kobolds. Compared to the ferocious orcs, it was like heaven and earth. An orc warrior could take down at least 5 kobolds and goblins, and with a complete defense system, there shouldn't be much of a problem as long as they were careful. Chapter 110. Actually, being close to the border had its advantages. First of all, there was no need to be afraid of being seen during the agricultural reform. When the time came, all he had to do was to close the castle gates. Surrounded by high mountains, he could directly cut off contact with the outside world. He could completely shut the gates and farm. Secondly, it was not a bad thing to have monsters roaming around. After all, killing could bring a lot of experience points, which was what Andre needed the most. Lastly, only here could he provide better living conditions for the slaves, and even give them a certain degree of freedom. If it was in the city, it would definitely attract the attention of countless people. After all, among the universal values of the entire continent, it was normal to treat one or two favored slaves better. However, to treat all slaves the same was purely a mental illness. As a smart man, Andre did not think that he could change the world. Sometimes it was better to keep a low profile. Even if he did not like it, he had to try his best to endure it. It was better to do things that went against the values of most people secretly. Just as they were talking, the carriage finally arrived in front of the castle gates. The patrolling officer standing on top of the castle obviously noticed the noble badge printed on the carriage. He quickly shouted at the top of his voice, "I am Lieutenant Wilson, who is stationed here. Please state your name and the purpose of your visit." Andre pushed the door open and jumped down. Without saying a word, he directly cast a mage's hand and sent the title deed and noble certificate to the castle walls. He did not think that his voice could travel that far, especially now that the wind was against him. So, directly taking out the certificate was the wisest thing to do. "Oh gods! So you are the Baron who is here to take over this place. Please wait a moment. I'll have someone open the gates immediately." As he spoke, the officer hurriedly ordered his men to turn the winch to lower the drawbridge. Then he pulled open the iron gate. After a full 5 minutes, the heavy gates slowly opened. A group of 200 soldiers lined up in a welcoming posture. Not long after, Lieutenant Wilson, who shouted just now, ran out from inside and respectfully saluted. "It's very nice to meet you, Lord Baron. I received the notice this morning, so I have already checked all the supplies. This is the list. Please take a look. At the same time, you can also send someone to check it. If there is no problem, please sign here. We are in a hurry to return to Lincoln City to report." As he spoke, he presented a parchment full of writing with both hands. 240 farmers, a total of 1,430 people, equally divided between men and women, 25 pairs of horses, 600 sheep for 100 pigs, 250 cattle, 2,000 chickens, 700 ducks and geese, 20 dogs. In the warehouse, there are 1,500 bags of flour, 230 bags of other grains, 30 jars of olive oil and honey, 20 barrels of wine, 60 barrels of ale. Andre read it in a low voice as he read it, but when he reached the end, he immediately frowned. Although on the surface there seemed to be sufficient supplies, he discovered that the most important thing was that there were all kinds of military supplies, such as weapons, armor, bows, and so on. As an outpost against foreign enemies, there were hundreds of troops stationed here. How could there not be any reserves? Obviously, there were only two explanations. The first was that the garrison here had secretly sold off the military supplies, and the second was that someone had given them an order to take away all the military supplies. However, Andre felt that he had no conflict with the city hall, and with his status as a mage, he wasn't someone that anyone would dare to provoke. Thus, he felt that something was wrong. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he directly raised his hand to cast a rank 0 arcane, spell Tremor Shock. Following that, he took out the mithril scimitar that he carried with him, and without hesitation placed it on the lieutenant's neck. "Speak. Who ordered you to do this? Where are the weapons and armor hidden?" The sudden change of events not only frightened the soldiers, but also frightened Chloe, Elsa, and the little lowly Beverly who had just alighted from the carriage. "Sir Baron, what are you doing?" "That's right. Please let go of the lieutenant immediately." What exactly did the lieutenant do wrong? Why did you place a scimitar on his neck? In an instant, all the soldiers panicked and spoke up for their superior. They couldn't understand why he had suddenly drawn his scimitar when everything was fine just now. Seeing that the soldiers were getting closer and closer, Chloe's subordinates hurriedly drew their weapons and protected their young lady behind them. The 50 slave soldiers also stepped forward bravely, guarding their master's side. Although they didn't have any weapons in their hands, no one dared to underestimate the valiant warriors from Brant. Just as the two groups of people were about to clash, Andre suddenly extended a finger and shot out a golden cloud. All the soldiers that were enveloped by the cloud immediately let out a blood-curdling scream and threw down the weapons in their hands, squatting on the ground with their hands covering their eyes. Supreme magical technique. Silent spell release. Rank 2 arcane spell. Flash powder. All targets within the spell's range are blinded. All invisible units within the spell's range are revealed. Looking at the notifications that popped up in his vision, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and a cold smile appeared on his face. He then shouted at the soldiers who wanted to cause trouble, "All of you, shut up. Be honest. Remember, I'm a member of Linton City's Wizard Association. Even if I kill all of you, I don't have to worry about being punished by the law. If you don't want to cause trouble for yourself, then retreat immediately." In an instant, the soldiers who had been aggressive just now suddenly came to their senses. Standing in front of them was not only a noble baron, but also a wizard who possessed supernatural powers. Thus, they hurriedly retreated more than 10 meters, abandoning their comrades who were causing trouble. They knew very well what the Wizard Association meant, so they chose to stay out of the matter without even thinking about it. No one was willing to bear the consequences of offending a wizard. Very good. Go. Capture all the people who stayed behind. Andre waved his hand and directly gave the order to the slave soldiers. He was almost certain that there were a few people who knew the inside story among the leaders. Otherwise, they wouldn't have risked their lives to clamor and try to save the hostages in their hands. Understood. Master, a man with a particularly strong physique, responded, and immediately led the charge. In a few seconds, they had captured the temporarily blind man, and at the same time, they picked up the weapons on the ground and armed themselves. In a short while, the situation was under control. Chapter 111. At this moment, Lieutenant Wilson's face was so gloomy that water could almost drip out of it. His eyes kept darting around. If it wasn't for the fact that the machete on his neck was too sharp, he would have taken advantage of the moment when Andre was distracted to escape from this situation where he was being controlled. Unfortunately, Andre had already trained his sharp eyes and vigilance when he was a hunter. He did not give his opponent any chance to resist. After carefully disarming the enemy, he used the sharp blade to cut open a layer of skin. He asked with a playful look, "Tell me, who asked you to do this? What other tricks do you have?" "I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go. Even if you have judicial immunity, you can't be so arrogant." At this moment, Wilson was still stubborn and had no intention of confessing. As a high-ranking officer, he did not believe that anyone would dare to do anything to him in public. "Humph, you're still quibbling. Let me ask you, why are there no military supplies on this list? Where are the backup weapons and armor?" Andre said as he waved the parchment in his hand. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the whole thing was full of conspiracy. It was very likely that the traitor was taking revenge. First, he hid the military supplies in the castle. Then he lured the monsters or used money to bribe the mercenaries to attack and massacre the entire valley. When the time came, all he needed to do was to set a big fire, and there would be no evidence at all. His 19 points of intelligence made his logical thinking very clear. It did not take much effort for him to guess the ins and outs of the whole thing. The cold light in his eyes made the surrounding air a little cold. Seeing that his plan was still exposed, Wilson did not show a trace of panic. Instead, he laughed wantonly. "Ha ha 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 ha. You're indeed a genius mage. You can actually find the suspicious points with a list and make a prompt decision to take action. Yes, all of this was premeditated, but you'll never know who my master is." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slammed his neck against the blade. The sharp mithril scimitar easily cut his neck into two. The head fell to the ground with a grunt, and the blood from the cut instantly flew more than a meter high. Fortunately, Andre reacted quickly, or else he would have been sprayed all over. Such a strange and bloody scene shocked everyone. Elsa and Beverly, the mother and daughter pair, immediately covered their faces and let out ear-piercing screams. Ah, for them who lived in the city, it was the first time they saw a beheading. They were quite frightened. Chloe's reaction was slightly better, but her face was a little pale. After all, she had seen more cruel killings on the pirate ship, so she was quite immune to it. As for the ordinary soldiers, they were so shocked that they could not speak. They had just heard their immediate superior admit that he had tampered with the handover process, and even mentioned a master. The whole thing was obviously manipulated by someone. Without a doubt, this involved the power struggle of the upper class. They did not want to be involved, so before Andre spoke, all of them threw down the weapons in their hands and raised their hands to prove their innocence. The leader of the guards of the Mariel family glanced at the headless corpse on the ground and immediately took 2 steps forward. He lowered his voice and suggested, "Sir, I think it's best to enter the castle immediately and completely seal the door. Then send a cavalry back to Linton City as fast as possible to report. If there are no accidents, there will definitely be an attack tonight. You also think that the current situation is not good?" Andre asked expressionlessly. The leader of the guards smiled bitterly and sighed. "This is obvious. According to the laws of Linton City, privately concealing military supplies is a serious crime, especially in such a large amount. It's enough for that lieutenant to be hanged 10 times. The reason he dared to do so is because he was prepared to silence us. Moreover, this guy did not hesitate at all when he committed suicide. There is no doubt that he's a death warrior of some family or organization. The only thing we can't be sure of is whether the enemy is coming for you or Miss Chloe. Chloe, could it be that these people are not here for me? What does it have to do with her?" From Andre's point of view, the current situation was clearly the work of the traitor. The goal was simple. It was revenge for what he did yesterday. He did not understand at all. What was so important about a naive and love-struck girl? Perhaps I shouldn't say such things, but the situation is urgent, and I can't care so much about it. The leader of the guards stole a glance at Chloe, who was comforting the mother and daughter. He then explained in a low voice, the current head of House Mariel, Count Luke of Perry City, has been diagnosed as unable to bear any more children. This means that Chloe is now the only direct heir. Anyone who can obtain her and have children with her will obtain great power and wealth after the Count's death. Many ambitious families are secretly making small moves. Even the collateral branches of House Mariel are itching to make a move. You mean the pirate attack on Chloe's ship wasn't a coincidence? Andre immediately frowned. He had originally thought that the whole matter was simple, but after hearing the leader's words, it suddenly became complicated. Not only did it involve the internal problems of Linton City, but the famous House Mariel of the Green Sea Alliance was also involved. Even the goal of the traitor was once again confusing. It was impossible to determine if the traitor wanted more power and wealth, or if he wanted to kidnap Chloe and gain the power of House Mariel. After all, even a fool could see that this noble girl was not too scheming. She had no interest in power and scheming. As long as he could get his hands on her, he would definitely be able to control this huge family in the future. Although it was rare for nobles to take over a magpie's nest, there were still precedents. The leader of the guards took a deep breath and clenched his fists. That's right. That wasn't a coincidence at all. At least, not in Countess Anastasia's eyes. She has already found some clues and is digging deeper into the mastermind behind this. Please believe me when I say that this matter is not as simple as it seems on the surface. You must be prepared. Tonight may be difficult. Chapter 112. Without any hesitation, Andre nodded. Then let's do as you say. First, reorganize the soldiers, equip the slave warriors with weapons and armor, and get everyone ready for battle. I'll interrogate the soldiers who led the riot. Maybe I can get something out of them. No problem. Leave the defense of the castle to me. After saying that, the leader of the guards bowed and turned around to shout at his subordinates. Very quickly, the panicked soldiers were scattered and the loyal guards were placed one by one. In less than 10 minutes, the army of nearly 200 people was completely reorganized. Clearly, he must have been a high-ranking officer before and was quite familiar with the structure of the army. He understood that ordinary soldiers did not have any opinions at all. As long as the officers were controlled well, this army would be able to form a certain combat strength. Andre knew that time was of the essence. He immediately picked out 2 guards, mounted their horses, and galloped towards Linton City with the letter he had personally written. He had a premonition that the enemy's attack would be very fierce. With the few people he had now, it was simply not enough. At most, he could only buy a little more time, so his only hope was to ask for help. In order to ensure that there were no accidents, he not only asked for help from the city hall, but also wrote a letter to Countess Anastasia. After entering the castle, Andre immediately ordered the gate to be closed, the iron gate to be lowered, and the drawbridge to be put away. After comforting the frightened Elsa and Eunice, he immediately brought the demon bloodline Eunice to the dungeon. The dozen or so low-ranking officers who had led the riot were imprisoned here. 5 fully armed slave warriors were whipping the captives, trying to pry open their mouths to get some useful information. Upon seeing Andre appear, a 8-meter-tall, extremely muscular Brant warrior bowed, with one hand on his chest. "Master, these guys are very stubborn. No matter how hard we whip them, they refuse to speak. Do you think we can give them a more painful punishment?" Stubborn? Andre frowned and immediately turned his gaze to the hanged and bloody fellows. At this moment, there was not a single piece of intact skin on their bodies. Their backs, chests, buttocks, and thighs were all badly mutilated. Some parts were even swollen and purple. It could be said that if they did not receive proper treatment, they would basically be dead. Don't underestimate whipping. It's just a superficial wound, not enough to be fatal. In fact, it was the exact opposite. Due to the extremely poor medical standards of this world, coupled with the fact that most people could not afford the expensive cost of magic, once the whip wound became infected, even the strong feudal knights would fall seriously ill. As for ordinary people, they could only resign themselves to fate. The mortality rate was as high as 70%, especially in the hot climate of the South. Coupled with the innumerable mosquitoes, such a situation was tantamount to an early death sentence. The warrior raised his arm and pointed at the unconscious captives and explained, "Look, these people have a scorpion tail tattoo on the inside of their arms, just like that Lieutenant Wilson. It's obvious that they belong to some secret organization." You mean these tattoos are the insignia of some family? Andre narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice. The moment he thought of Wilson's sudden suicide attempt, he instantly felt a headache because the ability to raise men of sacrifice and place them in the army on a large scale was definitely not something that ordinary nobles could do. The mastermind must be very powerful, and it must have been planned for a long time. In short, he was now involved in a huge conspiracy. In fact, because the gods had blocked the direct connection between the gods and the world 600 years ago, most of the gods could only rely on their followers to expand their influence. Therefore, Aurere's conspiracy did not decrease, but had a tendency to spread more and more. Basically, every few years, there would be all kinds of crises in some areas. Some of them were the little tricks of the evil gods, and some were the followers of demons and devils who were robbing the souls of mortals. They used a variety of methods to control large forces. Some liked to use coercion, some were willing to use bribes, and some were just like birds of a feather. Just the number of notorious organizations alone exceeded 50. From this, one could imagine how chaotic the entire continent was. Andre had just entered the civilized society not long ago, so he did not recognize the strange tattoo. Just as he was about to ask something, Eunice seemed to have suddenly remembered something and immediately exclaimed, "Ah, poisonous tailhook. I think we're in big trouble. You know this organization?" Andre immediately turned around and asked nervously. Eunice took a deep breath and nodded gently. "Yes, I've heard about it when I was wandering around. They worship a powerful demon called Taman and are actively infiltrating the cities of the Green Sea Alliance. They plan to hold a bloody sacrificial ceremony on a specific day to open the door to the abyss and let that terrible demon come to the human world. Damn it! No wonder these bastards are so stubborn. They're worshippers of the demon." The warrior from the kingdom of Brant gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. At the same time, the whip in his hand was not idle as it lashed out viciously at the captive. From his hate-filled eyes, one could see what demons were in the eyes of ordinary people. But it was no wonder. Demons and devils were collectively known as the creatures of the lower planes. They belonged to the species that were labeled as evil from the moment they were born. Generally speaking, devils were relatively better. They did not like to use violence, but were willing to make mortals sign contracts through trade and enticement. Once a contract was signed, they would definitely abide by it meticulously. Although devils like to play some tricks in the process, such as deliberately making some patterns on the paper that ordinary people could not understand at all. You might think that it was just decoration, but after signing the contract, you would immediately realize that the patterns on the paper were some harsh additional terms. Although devils were cunning and abominable, they were willing to abide by law and order, which was why they could occasionally be seen in some countries full of tyranny. As for the devil's nemesis, demons were different. Not only were they extremely evil, but they were also particularly willful and reckless. They tore up contracts as frequently as eating and drinking, and there was no credibility to speak of. To a certain extent, they were no different from lunatics filled with the desire to destroy. Chapter 1:13, bloodthirsty and cruel, using living humans as sacrifices, slaughtering civilians without restraint, taking their lives and souls. These were the specialties of demons and their worshippers. Sometimes, when a powerful demon passed through the planar channel and entered the Oleo continent, it would often start a large-scale war. Wherever it passed, not even a blade of grass would grow, bringing death and pain to the entire region. More than 300 years ago, there was a demon invasion in the Kanteru kingdom. A Glabrizu, who was in the upper reaches of the abyss, used terrible evil magic to sacrifice a whole city of people with the help of his worshippers and opened a portal to the abyss. He led tens of thousands of low-level dretches and quasits and swept through half of the kingdom. In the end, all the temples united and formed a huge army with the kingdom's army. It was said that more than 400 feudal knights died. Even so, the battle was very difficult, and the death rate of ordinary soldiers was as high as 70%. If the Glabrezu had not collected enough souls and did not want to continue fighting, it was not certain who would have won. This war directly caused more than half of the Canteru kingdom to become scorched earth. More than 1 million people died, and the elites of the temples were all lost. There were only 2 or 3 high-level forces left, and they had not completely recovered. Otherwise, the necromancer Ulysses would not have been so arrogant. The destructive power of demons was so great that the temples and rulers of the whole continent had reached a consensus. That was, once there were signs of demon worshippers, they would immediately eliminate them. They would rather kill 1,000 innocents than let one go. It could be said that demon worshippers were either crazy or they were strongly stimulated. For example, they had deep hatred, or they were extremely eager to obtain power and power. In short, they had all kinds of flaws, but there was one thing that normal people could not compare to, and that was madness. That's right. Demon worshippers were all crazy. Most of the time, they did not care about their own life and death. In order to please the demons, they would even sacrifice their own parents and children. There was no humanity at all. Well, it seems that I can't get anything out of these guys. Andre sighed slightly, took out his mithril curved sword, and instantly cut off everyone's heads. Hit the vital point. Critical strike activated. Target beheaded. Dead. Received 45 EXP. In the blink of an eye, he had absorbed 280 EXP into the cyst. Then he immediately ordered, "Take these corpses out and dispose of them. Also, clean up the blood stains." "Yes, master." The slave warrior did not show any strange reaction to the sudden killing. He bowed slightly and began to put the body down from the high place, as if it was perfectly justified to kill the devil's worshipper. The other warriors also showed good obedience. No one sympathized with the dead, low-ranking officer. After understanding the danger and complexity of the current situation, Andre did not dare to stay for even a moment. He went straight to the top floor of the castle. As soon as he walked out of the staircase, he saw Chloe arguing fiercely with the leader of her guards. "Anthony, I demand an immediate explanation. Why are those guards not allowing me to leave the castle?" The young girl shouted angrily. The guard called Anthony's smile bitterly and spread out his hands. "I'm sorry, Mississippi. This is for your safety. I don't want to do this either. I believe you've seen at the door, just now. Someone is targeting us. Maybe when the sky turns dark, someone will launch an attack on this place. I can't guarantee that there won't be enemy spies in the farmstead in the valley, so you must not leave the castle now." Damn it! Why do I always encounter this kind of thing after leaving home? First, Father inexplicably made me come to Linton City. Then, pirates. Now, I'm encountering this kind of thing again. Am I cursed by the goddess of misfortune? Perhaps due to the shock, Crowley appeared to be a little hysterical. Her entire person seemed to have gone crazy as she waved her small fists and pounded Anthony's chest. However, her strength was too weak, and the guard leader didn't even have the intention to dodge. He could only helplessly allow his miss to vent her anger. Seeing this scene, Andre knew that he had to come forward to ease the tense atmosphere. He quickly walked forward, grabbed the young girl's hand, and pulled her into his arms. He softly comforted her. "Calm down, don't be afraid. With me here, no one can hurt you." Chloe's emotions were a little out of control. When she saw Andre, she immediately said excitedly, "My hero, you're finally here. I need your hug and kiss now." As you wish, beautiful lady. In order to calm the young girl down, Andre went all out. Not only did he hug her tightly in his arms, but he also kissed her soft and tender lips. Under the gazes of countless people, the two of them kissed each other passionately like a man and woman in love. After a full minute, they reluctantly separated. Perhaps the kiss just now worked. Chloe's mental state finally calmed down. She lay quietly on Andre's chest like a quiet kitten, with a faint blush on her face. Smelling the faint fragrance of the young girl, Andre chuckled and asked, "How is it? You feel better now? Anthony is doing this for your own good. Don't throw a tantrum at this time. Be good and stay with Elsa and Beverly. No matter what happens, don't step out of the room." "Okay, I'll listen to you." Chloe stood on her tiptoes obediently and gave him another kiss. Then she trotted all the way and disappeared at the end of the stairs. She looked like a young girl in love. As long as one was not a fool, one could tell that she was in love. As the leader of the guards, Anthony took a deep breath and bowed slightly. "Thank you very much for coming in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to deal with this situation." Miss Chloe's character is very simple and stubborn. Even Countess Anasta of Westia couldn't do anything to her. Yes, it's because she's very simple that so many people have their eyes on her. For this reason, they didn't hesitate to set up such a big trap. Have you heard of the poisonous tailhook? Those officers and First Lieutenant Wilson have the same mark on them. Maybe we should check all the soldiers in case of any. Andre sighed and put forward his own suggestion. Although he didn't think that there would be any devil worshippers among the remaining ordinary soldiers, there were always exceptions. There was no harm in being careful. Chapter 114. After all, it was going to be dark soon. Who knew when a group of mercenaries or monsters would rush out? If there were a few spies at this time, the scene would be too beautiful. Poisonous Hooktail. When Anthony heard this name, his face changed instantly. He quickly lowered his voice and said, "Are you sure it's them? These fellows were all lunatics. A few years ago, a terrible thing happened in Naples City. More than 30 young women died naked in a farm in the suburbs. When they were discovered, they were completely naked. Their necks had been forcefully broken, and there were traces of their lower bodies being violated. Judging from the extent of their disfigurement, it was obvious that it was not done by humans. Moreover, a few of them had big bellies. In the end, when they were cut open, they found that the stillbirths inside had tails and horns. In the end, it was found that the whole thing was done by an organization called Poisonous Hooktail. They seem to be creating mixed blood demons." "You mean there are living demons among them?" Andre was keenly aware of the whole thing. Since this organization wanted to create Taffrin, there must be a male demon in charge of mating. However, the bodies of most humans were not strong enough, and it was difficult for them to successfully give birth to the offspring of powerful creatures. In addition, demons were violent by nature, so the entire plan failed completely. All the women were killed to silence them, a typical act of a lunatic. Anthony obviously knew this kind of thing very well. He touched the thick beard on his chin and shook his head with a wry smile. It's hard to say. Because the demon worshippers have many cruel and bloody rituals, they can let the terrifying creatures from the abyss temporarily descend into this world. So, I don't think they have the ability to open a plain channel. Otherwise, it would be more serious. I hope so. Before the enemy arrives, I need a quiet environment to prepare spells. The job of guarding the castle is all yours. If there's nothing particularly important, you can deal with it yourself." Andre rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Ever since he had gotten his hands on the level 3 magic scrolls, he had not had the time to learn them. Now that the battle was imminent, he had to quickly copy them into his spellbook. especially the fireball spell and the lightning spell, which could deal damage in a large area. They could be very effective in a group battle. No problem. There were currently 150 to 160 qualified soldiers in the castle, coupled with the terrain advantage. Even if thousands of people came, they would be able to hold on for some time. In addition, I've also sent people to the villages in the valley to recruit militia. At most half an hour, at least 200 more people will arrive. Anthony patted his chest and made a promise. As a bodyguard of a great noble family, he had received a lot of training, one of which was his understanding of spellcasters. Therefore, he knew very well that mages would usually leave a few empty spell slots so that they could adjust before the battle. After all, to most mages, every single spell slot was extremely precious. Moreover, there were just too many types of arcane spells. Sometimes, a targeted spell in battle could often achieve twice the effect with half the effort. Thus, it was a habit to leave a few empty spell slots unmemorized first and adjust according to the enemy's weaknesses when discovering them. However, this bodyguard leader definitely wouldn't have guessed that the reason why Andre had empty spell slots was that he hadn't learned any level 3 spells. He had only memorized a level 2 spell for silent casting, flash powder. As for the other 2, they were still empty. However, he had no intention of explaining. After smiling slightly, he turned around and left the top floor of the castle. He plunged into his room and took out a few level 3 magic scrolls to start learning. Very quickly, he was attracted by the powerful arcane spells one after another, completely forgetting the time. Smelly Cloud spell can create a large area of foul-smelling gas. Anyone who accidentally inhales it will feel dizzy, nauseous, vomiting, and in serious cases will fall into a coma. This is an extremely useful spell in group battles, especially when used with bows and arrows. Imagine when the enemy was lying on the ground in discomfort while you killed the enemy with arrows from afar. How relaxing would that be? Wind creation spell. As the name suggests, it creates a strong gust of wind. Not only can it be used to accelerate the spread of fire, but it can also be used together with the Smelly Cloud spell to let the disgusting gas affect more people. Fireball spell, the most frequently used level 3 arcane spell, and at the same time, the most well-known. Its power is basically equivalent to an artillery shell or a grenade, with a killing radius of about 5 meters. However, most of the damage methods are flames and explosions, so its power is quite impressive. Haste spell. This is an extremely powerful support spell. It can greatly increase the movement and attack speed of any target, and its reflexes will also be strengthened accordingly. Anyone affected by this spell will have their fighting strength increased by at least 2 levels. Lightning spell. A powerful bolt of lightning shoots out from the caster's fingers, causing terrifying damage to all targets in its path. If it hits an insulating object, such as a wall, a tree, etc., it will bounce back. In narrow places, it can often cause continuous and huge damage to the enemy. Fly spell. After successfully casting, the target will temporarily gain the ability to fly. Although its speed is far inferior to that of birds, it is absolutely invincible against ordinary people who can't even fly. Dispel spell. Dispels the active spells on a single target, including mage armor, haste spell, fly spell, and so on. However, there is an obvious flaw, and that is that there is no way to distinguish which spells are beneficial and which are harmful. All spells are treated as the same person and are often used in battles between casters. In addition to the above scrolls that he bought from the Mage Association, Andre also found 2 level 3 arcane spells in Ulysses' scroll folder. They were Suggestion Spell and Monster Summoning Spell 3. The former could affect a person's mind, causing them to listen to the caster's commands for a short period of time. The duration was 6 seconds for each mage level, and if he cast it now, it could last for more than half a minute. The latter was a summoning spell. It could summon a fire-breathing hellhound to fight for the caster for 24 hours, which was a whole day. However, the cost was that the caster would not be able to cast any other summoning spells for 3 minutes. After copying all these powerful arcane spells into the spellbook, he began to concentrate on memorizing them. Considering that there might be many enemies, the Stinking Cloud spell was a must. The other one was a level 3 monster summoning spell, and not the famous Fireball spell. Chapter 115. The most important thing in a defensive battle was not a short burst of power, but a long period of time. Therefore, a fiery hound was obviously much more useful than a one-time explosion. After all, a hellhound could provide continuous combat power. If necessary, it could even be sacrificed to buy time for everyone to retreat. As for the remaining level 2 and level 1 arcane spells, Andre mostly chose to cast control and support spells, such as Web, Fear, Grease, Prismatic Spray, and so on. They could be of great use in battle. Just as he was about to cast a spell, there was a sudden knock on the door of the room, followed by a man shouting nervously, "Your Excellency, we have discovered an unidentified army heading towards the castle. There are at least 2,000 of them. Mr. Anthony asked me to inform you that the battle is about to begin." Hearing this, Andre suddenly stood up from his chair, pushed open the door, and ran straight to the top floor of the castle. He knew very well that this was the mastermind's killer move. The enemy outnumbered him by several times. Although Tue's Valley was famous for being easy to defend and hard to attack, the situation was not optimistic. Although the demon worshippers were crazy, they were not stupid at all. Instead, they were very smart. Since they knew the geographical advantage of the valley, they must have made corresponding preparations. Tonight would be a tough battle. Andre did not feel the slightest ripple in his heart regarding the battle that was about to begin. He was as calm as an outsider. As a villager who had lived in lonely mountain town for 4 years, he was already very familiar with war. Almost every winter, he would fight with the orcs a few times before he would put down a boulder to block the road. It was said that this was done to ensure that the villagers' combat power did not decrease. It was important to know that the orcs did not only come in 1 or 2,000, but also 8 to 10,000. Therefore, he was already used to being surrounded by a large number of enemies. A mere 2,000 was not enough to scare him. As soon as he reached the top floor of the castle, Anthony walked over and pointed at the flames in the distance. "Do you see that? Our enemies have finally appeared. If I'm not wrong, they should be a tribe of barbarians living at the edge of the forest. The flag in the middle of the army is their totem, but it's still a little far away, so I can't see it clearly. More than 2,000 barbarian warriors. It seems that the culprit behind the scenes has really put in a lot of effort. I wonder how much he has paid to move a powerful tribal chief." Andre narrowed his eyes and murmured to himself. Barbarians, as the name implied, were a group of humans who lived a very primitive and barbaric lifestyle. They were very widespread in Orire, from the cold, frozen wastelands in the north to the tropical rainforests in the south. They basically existed in the form of tribes. They were brave and fierce, but because they were too ignorant, they were not accepted by the civilized world. It was just like how the ancient world on Earth was divided into humans and barbarians. Only those who accepted the rule of the country and paid taxes were accepted as citizens. These barbarians, who relied on fishing and hunting for a living, wandered on the edge of civilization. Sometimes they would trade furs and other things with merchants for some ironware and daily necessities. Other times, they would attack cities and towns to plunder wealth. Fortunately, the barbarians would not massacre civilians. Most of the time, they would return to the forest after looting, so the rulers did not see them as a threat. Most of the time, they would be expelled. In some places, the nobles would even pay the leaders of the barbarian tribes to fight for them. It was clear that these people in front of him were hired. The culprit behind the scenes had really put in a lot of effort to achieve his goal. Although Andrei still did not know why the culprit had done so much, he did not have time to think too much about it. The 2,000 barbarians were already in formation. It seemed like they were ready to attack. Andrei quickly cast a permanent arcane spell, Mage Armor, on himself and asked, "How many people do we have? How many crossbows do we have? How many arrows do we have?" The guard leader glanced at the nervous soldiers around him and sighed. "Sigh, right now, there are only about 200 of us who can be of use. Most of them have been through at least 5 battles and are considered elite veterans. The remaining 220 peasants have no experience in battle. Their weapons are mostly pitchforks and sickles. They're good for show, but they won't be of much use in a real battle." Speaking of which, he turned around and pointed at the slaves who were ready for battle. "As for the long-range weapons, I only found 30 composite bows and more than 20-foot operated crossbows. They have all been handed over to the warriors of Brant of the Grassland Kingdom. They are the best archers, but they only have less than 2,000 arrows. Those damn bastards have hidden the other military supplies deep in the mountains behind the valley. We can't even find a can of kerosene now." "Humph. First, they hid the weapons and armors. Then, they took away all the soldiers. Finally, they let the 2,000 barbarians attack in one go. The enemy's plan is really complicated. If nothing goes wrong, we're dead for sure. It's a pity that they thought they were smart enough to make a list. Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed the problem." A cold light flashed in Andrei's eyes as he spoke. There was no doubt that the mastermind behind the scenes would want to silence all witnesses after delivering the fatal blow. The servants in the castle and the farmers in the valley would be slaughtered to the last. Otherwise, the entire Linton City and even the Green Sea Alliance would be shaken. When that time came, an extremely severe blow would be dealt. Such a vicious plot had ignited the flames of anger in his heart. He swore to himself that he would strike back at the enemy. Not only would he completely crush this plot, but he would also find the mastermind behind it. Although Andrei didn't like to find trouble for himself, the enemy had crossed the line this time. In his eyes, the lives of the commoners in this world were miserable. They ate the worst food, paid high taxes, and occasionally faced the attacks of bandits, beasts, and monsters. Some poor places couldn't even afford to eat black bread. A famous bard once mocked that the poor peasants only had 2 kinds of food throughout the year. One was porridge in the form of wheat paste, while the other was porridge in the form of wheat paste. It sounded exaggerated, but in reality, the situation was much better in the south. After all, there was plenty of rain and sunlight. In the north, especially in a place as cold as Lonely Mountain Town, the food production was shockingly low. If not for the abundant prey in the forest, they wouldn't even have enough porridge to fill their stomachs. Chapter 116. Andrei, who had experienced it firsthand, knew how hard it was to live at the bottom of society. He had a strong sympathy for the kind-hearted commoners. Therefore, he hated the act of massacring the commoners. Therefore, he would definitely make the other party pay the price if he encountered them, a very painful price. While the two were conversing, the barbarian army stopped about 200 meters away from the castle. They were all dressed in coarse animal hides and wielded all sorts of weapons. There were axes, spears, war hammers, longswords, meteor hammers, and so on. They were no different from a motley crew. Right in front of him, a majestic feline was drawn with red paint on a huge piece of animal skin. It looked a little like a tiger and a little like a lion, but it had 2 more legs than normal animals and strange tentacles on its back. It was obviously not an ordinary beast. Seeing the barbarians standing still, Andre asked curiously, "What are they doing? Are they going to hand in a letter of challenge?" "No, they are waiting for their leader to come out and persuade them to surrender." According to barbarian tradition, they must give their enemies a chance to surrender before they attack. Those who surrender can keep their lives, but they will be demoted to slaves at the cost of their lives. These barbarians worship strength and honor, so try not to provoke them when you answer them. Otherwise, they will attack even more fiercely, Anthony explained in a low voice. In fact, even though the barbarians looked very primitive and backward, unable to even form a basic formation, in a real battle, they were often able to defeat opponents several times their size. Sometimes, even the charging cavalry would be restrained. From this, it could be seen how strong their individual combat power was. If not for the fact that the structure of society was too primitive and could not even make decent metal weapons, the barbarians would have already swept across the continent and established a powerful primitive civilization. A few minutes later, a burly man with a full beard and a height of more than 2 meters squeezed out of the crowd. He held 2 heavy battle axes in his hands and wore a bearskin cloak. He roared at the top of his voice, "People on the castle, listen up! I am the leader of the Great Shifts tribe, the powerful August king of the barbarians. I will now benevolently give you 5 minutes to open the gates and surrender. Otherwise, all the men who participate in this battle will be killed. Remember, you only have 5 minutes." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly swung the axe in his right hand and threw it out. Everyone only heard a bang as the huge axe embedded itself into the cracks in the rocks above the castle. It showed the owner's terrifying arm strength and eyesight. Even the eyes of the old soldiers guarding the castle showed a trace of fear. "He's at least a rank 8 barbarian warrior. We're in big trouble." Anthony's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. "Don't panic. We still have the geographical advantage. The entrance to the valley is so small. No matter how many people they have, they can only send out 100 or 200 people at a time. The rest can only watch from behind. Anyway, what we need to do now is stall for time. When the reinforcements from Lincoln City arrive, none of them will be able to escape." Andre had never thought that he would be able to kill all 2,000 of these ferocious barbarians. His goal was clear from the start, and that was to hold on until reinforcements arrived at all costs. If they really couldn't do it, they would abandon the castle and play hide and seek with these fools with the advantage of darkness. Anthony smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I know what you're thinking, but if a rank 8 barbarian warrior personally leads the charge, we won't be able to hold on at all, especially when he activates his berserk state. He's as terrifying as a charging knight captain, and his sharp intuition allows him to deal with multiple enemies at once. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for even a minute." "Don't worry. I have a dozen special arrows here. Distribute them to the best archers. If he dares to charge personally, take aim and shoot. I want to see if he can withstand the power of the wolf poison grass," Andre said as he took off the quiver on his body and handed it over. This was the leftover from his mission. The poison of each arrow was enough to kill 10 horses. Even if the barbarians had an extraordinary physique, they would still fall to the ground obediently. The more they activated their berserk state, the faster they would die. "Oh, damn it, these are poisonous arrows. It'll cause a huge uproar if they're discovered," Anthony reminded in a small voice after taking a look at them, his face full of shock. Dipping their weapons in poison had always been something that the nobles strongly resisted. Apart from a few thieves and assassins who walked in the shadows, very few were willing to do so. This was because if they were discovered, their reputation would be tarnished, and they might even lose their noble titles. A huge uproar? Andre laughed disdainfully. Don't worry, the dead don't speak. Moreover, the other party is a group of barbarians who aren't protected by the law, even if they know who would dare to stand up for them. After all, these barbarians are now related to demon worshippers. Even the mastermind behind this wouldn't dare to act rashly. As a pragmatist, he didn't care about the so-called style of the nobles. It was fine as long as they could kill their enemies and protect themselves. Besides, what was the difference between using a sword and using poison to kill? Perhaps he wouldn't mind abiding by the established rules under normal circumstances. However, if he still persisted in these so-called rules at this moment of life and death, then he wouldn't be far from death. Sigh. All right, I'll distribute all the poisoned arrows to the warriors of Brant. Anyway, they like to dip their arrows in poison. I believe they won't mind too much. Seeing that Andre had made up his mind, Anthony passed the poisoned arrows to the temporary leader of the slave soldiers. The latter cracked a smile and directly inserted 5 arrows into his quiver. At the same time, he passed the rest to the others. The grassland kingdom of Brant often fought with orcs, goblins, and ogres. As a result, they developed a habit of using unscrupulous means. Their wind cavalry would shoot a few rounds before engaging in battle, then switch to spears, scimitars, and other weapons for close combat. Therefore, it was normal to tamper with the arrows. Just as the poisoned arrows were distributed, a desolate horn sounded from outside, followed by the deafening sound of war drums. Boom, 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 woo, woo. The barbarians shouted and sang an ancient war song. They raised their weapons and roared towards the sky. The battle was finally about to begin. Chapter 117. Everyone, prepare to defend. Archers, fire at will. Remember, don't let them climb up the walls. Otherwise, you will soon know how terrifying the destructive power of the barbarian warriors is. Seeing that the first wave of enemies had easily crossed the deep ditch in front of the castle, Anthony immediately began to shout at the top of his lungs. As a former military officer, he knew very well that the first wave was very important in a defensive battle. As long as they could survive, the rest would be a battle of attrition. On the contrary, if they couldn't withstand it, then they would undoubtedly be killed by the enemy in one wave. As for Andre, he also made a prompt decision and immediately began to chant an incantation. In the blink of an eye, he completed a level 2 arcane spell, Bull's Strength, and directly cast it on the body of the guard leader. A dazzling light flashed, and the muscles all over his body quickly swelled up. Just by looking at it, one could tell that it was full of explosive power. The effect of this spell was to increase the target's strength by 2 to 6 points randomly. Every mage's level could increase the duration by an hour. This also meant that for 6 hours, Anthony was equivalent to a Hercules with strength far exceeding that of a normal person. He could completely crush those normal barbarian warriors. After all, he was currently the highest level in the castle. The warrior's level should be between level 5 and 6. In an intense battle, he would definitely be the mainstay, so a little bit of strengthening was necessary. It must be known that the military commanders in Orir were not like those on Earth who could only hide in the rear and command wretchedly. They often had extraordinary strength, and once they joined the battle, they would definitely look down on everyone. It might be a bit of an exaggeration to say that one person could fight against 1,000, but one person could definitely fight against 10 or even 100 people. Feeling the powerful strength contained in his muscles, Anthony's face instantly revealed a look of surprise. He muttered to himself, "This is the power of magic. Too great. I feel that my strength has almost doubled. No wonder those grand knights could even split the deck of a ship with a single sword under the support of magic. So it's the effect of magic." That might not necessarily be an arcane spell. It could also be a divine spell. After all, arcane spells in the end are more inclined towards killing, summoning, and controlling, while divine spells are more focused on support and healing. Let's teach those barbarians a lesson, and let them know that this place won't be taken so easily. After saying this, Andre began to chant again, not holding back at all as he used the rank 2 arcana spell, Fireblade Technique. The guard captain's longsword seemed to have been ignited as a tongue of flame suddenly burst forth, tightly wrapping around the sharp blade. The bright light of the flame was extremely conspicuous in the darkness, continuously emitting a terrifying heat. That was not the end of it. In order to increase Anthony's combat power, he also cast a spell called Mage Armor. With the support of these 3 spells, Anthony's whole body shone with a strong magical light. From afar, he looked like a huge light bulb. If the barbarians did not have any long-range weapons like crossbows, he would not have been able to survive a round of attacks. However, these spells didn't go to waste. Bull's strength allowed the user to easily overwhelm the opponent in close combat. Fireblade allowed the user to wield a weapon even more threatening. Once the user was stabbed, the burning pain was absolutely unbearable. As for the final Mage's Armor, it provided a layer of invisible force field. Together with the breastplate, it allowed the user to resist some ordinary weapons. As a warrior who was in the middle of the ranks of his profession, Anthony had never enjoyed such treatment. He felt that he was invincible now. He raised the flaming longsword in his hand and shouted, "Open your eyes! Kill all these barbarians! Kill them all! Slaughter them all!" In an instant, all the soldiers were conquered by the incredible power of arcane magic. They exploded with high morale. Even the farmers who were originally afraid calmed down a lot. In their eyes, mages and gods were almost the same. Both of them were using methods that they could not understand at all. Just as the people on top of the castle were waiting, a group of valiant barbarians stepped on the ladder and rushed through the bottomless trench. They shouted and rushed up, each of them with a ferocious expression. It was as if what stood in front of them was not a sturdy castle, but a warehouse full of supplies. The temporarily appointed leader of the Brant warriors raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and a cold smile flashed across his face. He quickly took out an arrow and pulled the bowstring without hesitation. He aimed at the barbarian at the front and suddenly released his finger. Whoosh! The sharp arrow instantly drew a straight line and pierced the barbarian warrior's throat. It had to be said that this guy's physique was indeed extraordinary. He actually managed to run a few more steps before falling to the ground with a plop. This arrow was like a signal that opened the prelude to a fierce battle. The rest of the Brant warriors pulled the crossbows in their hands and aimed at the barbarians. In the blink of an eye, a third of them were killed, and many of those who were still charging had arrows stuck in their bodies. However, as long as their vitals were not hit, these valiant barbarian warriors continued to charge without fear. It was as if death was nothing to them. What a group of fearless warriors. "I'm starting to like these barbarians a little," Andre muttered to himself and started chanting again. His hands flew up and down, making extremely complicated movements. One could only see a gorgeous radiance forming a complex and mysterious pattern between his fingers. In just a few seconds, these patterns started to reflect a strong red light. Then, a huge black dog with flames coming out of its mouth jumped out of the strong light. Its terrifying sharp teeth made people feel cold all over. Without a doubt, this was the hound that lived in hell, the devil's good friend, the hellhound. It was a pure purgatory creature with a violent and ferocious nature, but it was loyal to its master. Although it looked very dangerous, in reality, other than being a little bigger and being able to spit out cone-shaped flames from its mouth, It was not much different from a normal large hound. It could be killed by standard weapons. However, everyone knew that dogs could often display unexpected power in a chaotic battle, especially this kind of otherworldly beast that could bite a person's neck in half. Go, bite the enemies that climb up. Andre did not hesitate and quickly gave the order to the hellhound to attack freely. He was very clear that he did not fully understand the habits of these purgatory creatures, so it was better to let them do as they pleased. After all, in battle, the hunting instinct of animals was far more direct and effective than the intelligence of humans. Chapter 118. Woof, woof, woof. The hellhound barked twice, faithfully carrying out its summoner's orders. It dashed to the front, pouncing on a barbarian who had just climbed up. Before the barbarian could react, it opened its bloody mouth and bit down on his neck, shaking its head violently. The surrounding people only heard a cracking sound, and the unlucky barbarian's neck was bitten off. Fresh blood quickly flowed to the ground. Summoned creature, Hellhound has dealt a fatal blow to the target. Dealt 25 damage to the barbarian warrior. Target's neck has been bitten off. Killed. Received 70 EXP. In an instant, the system faithfully made a record. Shocking. The soldiers guarding the city looked at the large dog with ecstasy, because it had used its actions to prove who it was helping. As for the barbarians, they cried out in fear. Evil magic! These despicable bastards actually used magic to summon evil spirits. In truth, although the barbarians were very brave and valiant, they had a very fatal flaw, and that was their superstition. They only believed in the strength of their muscles and weapons, and were disgusted and repelled by magic that they did not understand. At the same time, they were also afraid. Thus, when they discovered a mage in battle, there were usually two situations. One was to flee in panic, and the other was to madly charge forward until all of them died or the mage was killed. The current situation was obviously the former. Many of the charging barbarians did not say anything and turned to run. Perhaps they could calmly face swords, but they would not allow themselves to be killed by magic. According to ancient legends, the souls of those who were killed by magic would never be able to rest in peace. It had to be said that these people were really ignorant. When all the countries and cities in the continent were supporting magic, they actually saw it as a disaster. It was no wonder that they were chased to the harsh environment of the barbarians. However, there were also barbarians who did not believe in superstition. At least 50 of them climbed up the ladder without fear of the hellhound, directly activating their berserk innate abilities. In a few seconds, they killed 7 or 8 soldiers. Their strength was obviously much greater than the normal soldiers. As long as the weapons of both sides clashed, the ones who were forced back or had their weapons knocked away were, without exception, the soldiers of Lincoln City. Ha 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 ha! Come on, you cowards hiding behind the city walls. Have a taste of old Barlow's club. An old man who looked to be in his 50s and was covered in scars laughed maniacally as he waved his mace. It was as if he was invincible. The 6 soldiers were beaten to the point where they could not fight back at all. They could only raise their shields to protect themselves. Seeing this situation, Anthony immediately realized that the other party must be an expert. Immediately, he turned around and rushed back. Without hesitation, he brandished his flaming longsword and hacked down. Even though this weapon was most suitable for stabbing, with the effect of bull strength, he chose to meet force with the thick-spiked club. Bang! With a muffled sound, the barbarian's weapon was sent flying. He stared at his hands in shock, his face full of doubt and confusion. It was as if he wanted to know why the power he was so proud of was so weak. But Anthony obviously wouldn't give the enemy too much time to think. With a flash of crimson flames, the old barbarian's head was chopped off, and the aroma of meat wafted out from the wound. After killing the enemy, he lifted the enemy's head high and shouted, "Did you see that? This is the fate of the invaders. As long as I'm here, no one can take down this castle. Long live! Chase these enemies down the walls. Kill, kill, kill. Barbarians are nothing to be afraid of." The leader of the guards used the simplest and most violent method to display his strength. This caused the morale of the soldiers to soar once more, and at the same time, it also dealt a heavy blow to the arrogance of the enemy. After 10 minutes, all the barbarians who had rushed up the walls were either killed or crippled. The first round of attack finally ended with the victory of the defending army. As the last barbarian fell from the top of the castle and was nailed to the ground by a sharp arrow, the battle finally came to an end. More than 100 barbarian warriors had died in the attack, and some of them had been scared away by the summoned hellhounds. As for the defenders, more than a dozen of them had their heads smashed or their hearts pierced. Around 30 of them had their arms and legs broken. Blood and screams could be heard everywhere. Due to the poor medical system of the Olyr continent, in the absence of divine healing, the only way to keep these people alive was to use a red-hot iron to cauterize their wounds. Not only could this prevent infection, it could also stop the bleeding quickly. The downside was that it was too painful, and any normal person would probably faint from the pain. "Buddy, please count when you do it. I'm afraid of pain," a soldier who had lost his right arm said bitterly. The militiaman with the fiery red branding iron nodded lightly. "Bear with it for a while. It'll be over in a few seconds." After he finished speaking, he immediately signaled to 3 people behind him. They quickly held down the injured soldier and stuffed a piece of wood into his mouth to prevent him from biting off his tongue in the pain. Without any hesitation, the hot iron was placed directly on the wound, and the sizzling sound of meat being roasted could be heard. Soon, a wave of fragrance wafted from the top of the castle. As for the wounded, they all let out heart-wrenching screams. More than 90% of them fainted, and some even urinated and defecated. After the bleeding was stopped, they were all carried to the rear to recuperate. In the end, whether they could survive or not depended on their own willpower. After all, the number of divine spell users was not much higher than the number of arcane spell users, and the price was expensive. Even a level 0 divine spell would cost 50 gold coins. Unless one was a melee fighter above level 5, there was no way they could enjoy the treatment of divine spells. In the eyes of the rulers, their lives were not worth that much money. Looking at the busy crowd around him, André sighed slightly, and his face was full of worry. Although he already knew that this battle would not be easy, he was still shocked by the terrifying power of the barbarian warriors, especially in the chaotic battle. These warriors were so powerful and skillful that they were like meat grinders. Normally, it would take at least 3 soldiers to deal with one of them. Their combat ability was probably 1 level higher than that of a level 1 professional warrior. No wonder they could fight head-on with the cavalrymen. André could not understand at all. They were all human beings, but how could the barbarians be so different from the people living in the cities and villages? It was as if they had been injected with hormones, and all of them had exaggerated muscles. Chapter 119. There were only about 250 soldiers who could actually fight. 50 of them were slave soldiers from Brant, and their main job was to use bows and crossbows. There were also about 170 soldiers from Lincoln City who were originally stationed here. They were equipped with spears, swords, and shields, and they were in charge of dealing with the enemies who climbed up the ladders. Finally, there were the guards that Crowley had brought from her aunt. At the same time, they were also the group with the strongest fighting strength. There were only about 20 of them, but all of them were at the warrior level. They were able to fight evenly with the valiant barbarians one-on-one. However, the 50 barbarian warriors had killed and crippled the same number of soldiers. Even though most of them were ordinary soldiers trained by Lincoln City, they had still used up a fifth of the defensive force. As long as the enemy was willing to pay the price and attack a few more times, they would be able to break through the castle, even if they had the help of magic. After all, Andre was only level 6, and he only had 16 spell slots. It wasn't enough to change the outcome of a battle where the difference in strength was too great. Of course, he still had some high-grade magic scrolls that he got from Ulysses, but he wouldn't use them unless he had no other choice. Magic scrolls of level 3 and above were too precious. The Lincoln City Mage Association only sold level 3 magic scrolls to ordinary members. Level 4 magic scrolls had to be promoted to senior members, and level 5 magic scrolls could only be copied by President Boris. So far, only a few senior members had received 1 or 2 from him. In Andre's opinion, if the scrolls in his hands were discovered by others, they would immediately attract the attention of countless mages. The evil spell book that couldn't be opened was priceless, especially the necromancy spell that could extend one's life by taking over one's body and devouring one's soul. It was an irresistible temptation to any spellcaster. Although in this world, the priests claimed that as long as mortals gave up their faith, they would be able to continue living a good life in the kingdom created by God after death. However, to all intelligent creatures, death was still an extremely terrifying thing. Basically, they would try their best to avoid it and live as long as they could. In this aspect, the nobles and merchants were the most obvious. On one hand, they donated a large sum of money to the temple, hoping to receive better treatment after death. On the other hand, they desperately tried to find ways to slow down their aging and prolong their lifespan. For this, they did not hesitate to do things that angered the heavens. For example, they bathed in the blood of some noble women, and some people were tempted by demons and demons to secretly carry out bloody sacrificial rituals. Similar situations emerged endlessly on the road. As for the mages, they had even more means: body modification, life-prolonging potions, all kinds of magic rituals, and trading with dragons, heavenly creatures, demons, devils, and other powerful creatures. There was nothing that one could not imagine, nothing that they did not dare to do. However, these methods could only prolong one's lifespan for a while. There would always be a day when one's lifespan would come to an end. Generally speaking, one's lifespan would not exceed 200 years. It was impossible to achieve true immortality. There were also some particularly powerful mages who did not hesitate to give up their human identity and transform themselves into vampires, shadow creatures, elemental creatures, half-purgatory creatures, half-heavenly creatures, and so on. However, the price for all of these was not small. Vampires and shadow creatures would be eroded by negative energy and would become more and more evil. Half-purgatory creatures would also be affected by their bloodline. If they were to transform themselves into half-heavenly creatures, they would definitely be hunted down by the temple of good gods. The only seemingly harmless elemental creatures were also very dangerous. Let's take the simplest example. Let's not talk about the complicated magic rituals needed to change one's physique. If a mage said that he had transformed himself into a fire elemental, then his entire body would constantly emit flames of about 1,000 degrees. Although the power of the fire elemental would often be doubled when casting fire elemental, he would not be able to use any water elemental magic. Furthermore, if he was not careful, he would hurt ordinary people. The wind elemental, water elemental, and earth elemental all had their own flaws. They would often become more and more indifferent, and eventually, without exception, they would all break into the elemental world. All in all, until now, Ulysses' method of prolonging his life was the safest method that Andre knew. At the same time, it could also maintain the identity of a human. Compared to the Lich transformation during the prosperous era of the magic civilization, it could be said that it was on par with the Lich transformation method. He could even imagine that if the news were to leak out, perhaps half of the continent's mages would come to snatch this evil spell book, and whether he was willing or not, he would become the center of the storm. I can't use high-level magic scrolls so easily. For safety's sake, Andre silently set a rule for himself in his heart. Just as he was thinking about how to deal a heavy blow to the enemy, there was a sudden commotion among the barbarians outside the city. Following that, a few people who were not very strong and had colorful facial makeup walked out. They first lit a bonfire, then formed a circle and sang loudly in a language that no one could understand. At the same time, they danced a strange dance. In just a few minutes, a strange gray energy was formed. Seeing this scene, Anthony's expression changed instantly. He quickly ran to the side of the wall to take a closer look. After a while, he muttered to himself, "Damn it! There's a witch doctor among them. These people are casting spells. If I'm not wrong, they must be summoning some kind of totem monster." Witch doctor? Totem? Andre's sharp senses picked up on these two keywords, and he frowned as well. That's right. Those dancing people are witch doctors. They are a group of barbarians who have the ability to cast spells. Although they don't have powerful destructive powers like the mages, they have a more mysterious power. According to the traditions of the barbarians, every tribe has its own guardian spirit. Some of them were normal animals when they were alive, while others were magical beasts. However, after a long period of primitive worship, they have all mutated to a certain extent and can bestow some strange abilities to their followers, Anthony explained patiently. Although his level of knowledge was not high, he had a wide range of experience and could say many things clearly and logically. He must have been to many places when he was young. It was no wonder that he was the leader of Chloe's guards. It should be known that the great nobles attached great importance to their personal safety. Normally, those who could become their personal bodyguards were all feudal knights. On one hand, they were powerful in combat and could even use their bodies to block ballistas when necessary. On the other hand, knights had received etiquette education and knew when to behave properly, whether it was attending banquets or formal occasions. They could ensure that they would not be rude. Chapter 120. As an unorthodox warrior, Anthony had undoubtedly relied on his rich experience to defeat countless elegant knights. He could deal with all kinds of sudden situations, and his judgment of the enemy was also very accurate. He knew when to fight and when to run, and was most suited for the job of a bodyguard. Just as Andre was about to say something, a tall and sturdy barbarian warrior walked out from the crowd. He didn't speak, and directly knelt in the middle of the bonfire, his face full of anticipation. A few witch doctors shouted a strange name, and the energy gathered in the air quickly formed an energy vortex. Not long after, a translucent shadow darted out from the center of the vortex. It had the body of a leopard, 6 legs, and 2 strange tentacles on its back. Under the guidance of the ritual, the soul of this monster drilled into the target's body. In a short moment, a black cloud appeared around the barbarian warrior. Then a look of pain appeared on his face, and his entire body curled up. Not long after, his face changed. The swollen face quickly twisted, turning into the shape of a cat. His body also elongated, and his hands and legs turned into claws. A few minutes later, this strong barbarian warrior had turned into a monster from head to toe. Even his soul and consciousness had not been wiped away. The surrounding barbarians all knelt down and worshipped the totemic guardian beast of their tribe. There was no doubt that the poor warrior had been sacrificed, used as a vessel for the beast's soul. Damn it, they're too barbaric. They actually let a monster devour the soul of one of their own. After seeing this strange scene, Andre could not hide his shock. As a mage, he knew the cruelty of this matter better than anyone else present. The disappearance of the soul was different from the death of the body. It meant that a person had completely disappeared from the world. They could not be summoned by any spells, nor could they be resurrected by high-level divine spells. Even the gods could not do anything about it. In a sense, this was true death. The whole process was extremely painful, and this could be seen from the way the barbarian warrior had curled up his body. Anthony took a deep breath and explained bitterly, because they are barbarians, a barbaric tribe that believes in primitive totems. Be careful, all the guardian beasts have strange abilities. I've seen deer that can spit fire, brown bears that have immense strength, and giant wolves that emit lightning. To ordinary soldiers, they are like invincible monsters. Once they charge into a crowd, they can instantly cause terrifying area damage. Oh, sounds like a magical beast. I wonder what this monster in front of us knows. Andre narrowed his eyes as he stared at the feline that was about 3 meters long and weighed about 200 kilograms. His nerves quickly tensed up as he sensed danger from the halo around the feline's body. The monster seemed to be very sensitive to magical energy. It stared with its gem-like eyes and opened its mouth to reveal its sharp fangs. Damn it, this guy seems to be very intelligent. With the help of the light from the bonfire, Anthony also noticed that something was amiss and immediately lowered his voice to remind Lin Li. However, the moment the last word was uttered, the strange-looking feline instantly disappeared. In the next second, it suddenly appeared beside Andre, pouncing forward like a leopard. Its claws, fangs, and the 2 tentacles on its back attacked at the same time. It seemed like it wanted to get rid of the enemy that was the biggest threat to it first. Woof woof, the Cerberus, who had been following by the side, faithfully carried out its duty. Without saying a word, it rushed out and knocked the Cerberus away. It opened its mouth and spat out a fan-shaped flame, instantly turning a large area in front of it into a sea of fire. Fortunately, there were no soldiers around, or else they would have been roasted alive. When the flame was over, everyone was shocked to find that the monster that had launched the sneak attack had disappeared. Not even a strand of hair was left behind. A sharp-eyed soldier pointed at the barbarians in front of the castle and shouted, "Look, it's there!" A 6-legged feline was staring fiercely at the hellhound from afar. At the same time, it let out a series of provocative growls. There was not a single wound on its body. It was obvious that it had returned to its original position the moment it spat out the flame. Gorgeous blue-black fur, a long and slender body, like a feline, a meat pad with a horn at the end of its tentacles, and the ability to teleport freely. I think I know the true identity of this monster. Andre narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. He had read a lot of books in Ulysses' private library, and there was a series of books called Monster Illustrated Handbook that recorded many strange creatures. But because the pictures were slightly abstract, he couldn't recognize them immediately. Anthony, who had seen the monster's terrifying ability with his own eyes, quickly asked in a low voice, "Tell me, what is it?" It can actually cross such a long distance in the blink of an eye. It's really scary. Andre gently rubbed his eyebrows and replied softly, "Displacement beast, a supernatural creature that has the ability to travel freely in the air. It can be said to be very difficult to deal with. Do you see the halo around its body? In fact, it's a kind of refraction of light. The monster we see now is only an illusion. Its real body is hidden around 10 meters away. Your consciousness is saying that it can teleport. It can come as it wishes. It can leave as it wishes." Anthony's eyes revealed an unconcealable fear. As a warrior, he knew all too well how troublesome this kind of enemy that could come and go freely was, especially when it came to sneak attacks. It was simply impossible to guard against, and if the enemy couldn't hit him, he could immediately escape. That's right, I can't restrict its movement for now, so we have to be careful. If we can't severely injure or kill it in one go, I'm afraid there won't be a second chance. After saying that, a cold light flashed in Andre's eyes. In his eyes, no matter how smart or powerful an animal was, it was just an animal. As long as it didn't have the ability to think like a human, then it would definitely be killed or even captured by a hunter. The only problem now was what kind of trap to kill it in one shot. Just as the two were talking, the barbarians once again formed a small engineering team of about 200 people and rushed into the valley. This time, they were much smarter. Each of them held a simple wooden shield in their hands to block the arrows. Chapter 121. While the two were talking, the barbarians once again formed a small engineering team of around 200 men, charging into the valley. They had learned their lesson this time, and each of them held a simple wooden shield in their hands to block the arrows. Staring at the approaching enemies, Anthony clenched his teeth and cursed, "Damn it! These barbarians reacted so quickly, I'm willing to bet that someone is giving them ideas. There's no need to dwell on this now. After all, there's a mastermind behind all of this. Otherwise, these barbarians wouldn't have appeared. I'll cast an oil spell in front of the walls in a moment, and have all the archers pay attention to those who slip and fall." The battle had developed to this point, and it was no longer something anyone could control. Andre could only do his best, and leave the rest to luck. If they could hold on until the reinforcements from Lincoln City arrived, then everything would be fine. But if they couldn't, then they would have to consider some extreme measures. Flour and olive oil could also be used as weapons of mass destruction if used properly. He'd already ordered his men to prepare some not too far away. If the situation became critical, they could immediately deal a devastating blow to the enemy. The barbarians' charging speed was fast. Without heavy armor, they were much faster than normal soldiers, and their steps were light. They charged through the trench in a few minutes and entered the range of the crossbows. However, the warriors of Brant, who'd already received orders, were not in a hurry to start shooting. Instead, they patiently adjusted their breathing and silently waited for an opportunity. Andre was on guard against the sneak attacks of the displacement beasts, while he silently watched the barbarians approach under the cover of their shields. When they were 50 meters away from the castle and the walls on both sides, he instantly entered a state of casting and quickly cast a rank 1 arcane spell, Oil. A small ball of black matter shot out from between his fingers and landed on the ground. With a plop, it formed a large patch of black oil. The barbarians at the front were careless, and they all slipped and fell to the ground. Those following behind were also tripped, causing great chaos for a moment. Seeing that the enemy's rhythm had been completely disrupted, Anthony immediately raised the flaming longsword in his hand and yelled, "Shoot! Shoot with all your might! Son of AB asterisk TCH, die, all of you!" The slave warriors sneered and cursed as they aimed at their vitals and opened fire. Due to the close distance, the power of the arrows was greatly increased. They killed at least 30 enemies in one round of attack, and another 20 or so were killed in the second round. A quarter of the barbarians who had rushed into the valley had died before they could even climb the walls. However, Andre wasn't satisfied with this result. He immediately ordered the militia behind him, "Fuel! Pour all the boiling olive oil down." "Yes, Your Excellency." The captain of the militia in his 40s patted his chest hard and hurriedly commanded the reserve team made up of young farmers to lift the boiling cauldrons and rush to the city wall, directly throwing the cauldrons out together with the oil. The boiling oil fell from the sky and splashed onto the barbarians, causing them to scream in pain. The boiling pot was not bad either, directly smashing the heads of 2 unlucky barbarians. It was obvious that they were not going to survive. "Give me the torch." Andre smiled coldly and stretched out his right hand. The captain didn't dare delay and quickly handed over a pine oil torch. "My lord, this is what you wanted." Even though these honest peasants were a little unwilling to be conscripted into battle, their obedience to the nobles was already engraved in their bones. They didn't have the slightest thought of resisting, and even if they were scared to death, they still resisted and didn't dare to run away. However, Andre didn't have the time to care about what the militia was thinking. He took the torch and threw it down from a high place. He was very clear that although it was a little inhumane to force the farmers into battle, if the castle was breached, then none of the residents inside would be spared. Rather than be inhumanely slaughtered, it was better to fight to the death here. When the fire met the boiling oil, a huge fire instantly burned fiercely below the castle. The surrounding weeds and shrubs became the fuel for the fire, and in a few seconds, it turned into a purgatory. 5 points of fire damage to the pirates. 2 points of fire damage to the pirates. 2 points of fire damage to the pirates. 3 points of fire damage to the pirates. A large amount of information was faithfully recorded in the retina. After a while, many of the people who were injured by the arrows finally exhausted all their vitality. Their eyes gradually lost their light, and they lay motionless on the ground. It had to be said that the barbarians' vitality was indeed tenacious, and their will was firm. Many of them were covered in flames, but they still roared and climbed up the ladder, wanting to drag a few people down with them before they died. Such a fierce scene shocked the defenders from the bottom of their hearts, especially the farmers who had never experienced war. Even the hands holding the forks were trembling. Andre didn't dare to imagine what would happen if these 200 people climbed up the ladder. The best-case scenario was that more than half of them would die, and the remaining people wouldn't be able to withstand the next attack. Sure enough, a smart mind and a large amount of knowledge are the most important things. Brute force may be able to show off for a while, but in the end, it will fall under the feet of wisdom. After secretly sighing, he glanced at the information in his retina. He found that the fire just now had brought him more than 3,000 experience points, and the undistributed experience points had accumulated to 8,400 points. It could be said that it was a big harvest. The flames and arrows gave the brave barbarians a head-on blow. At least 140 of them didn't even have time to climb up the ladder before they died at the base of the wall. However, there were still more than 60 people who rushed up the wall. They roared and launched a fierce attack on the soldiers on the wall. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people were knocked down to the ground. Because most of the barbarians' weapons were axes, thick clubs, and heavy war hammers, the chances of surviving a direct hit were very low. In addition, they were extremely strong, so even if they were wearing armor, they wouldn't be able to survive. After being smashed by the warhammers, several soldiers' chests caved in, and they directly lay on the ground motionless. It was obvious that the broken ribs had pierced into their hearts and killed them. Of course, this wasn't the worst way to die. The unlucky ones who were hit in the head were the most tragic. It was like a watermelon that was smashed by a stone. Red and white instantly flowed all over the ground, and the thick smell of blood could be smelled from more than 10 meters away. Many of the militia couldn't help but vomit when they saw this scene.